Good morning and welcome back to Truth and Transparency. It's a lovely, feels like Monday morning, but it is Tuesday, the Tuesday after Memorial Day weekend. Hopefully everybody has had a great time, friends, family, even with yourself. You can still have a fun time. Do me a favor, at some point you're going to have an opinion, make yourself known. Thumbs it up or thumbs down the video, share it, do whatever you want with it. But again, I will never tell you how to think. Simply take the information and make your own assessment. Well, this episode is titled, as of now, Karen Read. Everybody knows that I covered from top to bottom the Karen Read case, very detailed with the exhibits. We copied almost every exhibit ourselves when they were shown on the screen. So this episode here, Karen Read, Alan Jackson affidavit makes no sense. And I'm going to tell you guys why. Well, first of all, my question is what I have up on the screen here is 3,494 pages. And out of these 3,494 pages, it's one of the correspondence responsive requests from a public records request. And in it is Alan Jackson's affidavit at some point is in it. It's in the beginning. And I've gone over his affidavit back in the day a lot. And it was the affidavit that was used by Turtle Boy after it dropped on April 12th, 2023. Now, last night after my live with Birdie, which was amazing. If you have not seen it yet, go check it out. I went after that live. I did some more work for maybe like an hour or two. And then I wanted to see the beginning portion of, again, A Body in the Snow, when Karen Read herself is walking through the moments after leaving the waterfall bar. And because in Alan Jackson's affidavit, which he swears to under oath, that's why it's an affidavit that he wanted to file, he had to get the information from somewhere. And one could only assume that it would be his client. When he writes in his affidavit, he says that Karen Read called John O Keefe, before she left the property. Before. Well, I would like us all to go ahead and write down this really important number, which is 12:33. Karen Read's first phone call to John O Keefe is at 12:33 a.m. Now, if Karen Read was to have made her first phone calls and she's at the property, she has not left yet, at 12:33, to me, that's a really big problem. Why? Because it is humanly impossible to get from 34 Fairview. Again, this is the first phone call at 12:33. And she had said that she made a couple different calls. She didn't even bother texting. That's what she says in the Body of Snow interview. But she herself says it then in that, I think it was like a 4-part docuseries. But all I was concerned about was that beginning part, because I knew what I was going to be doing this week. And I'm going to be recreating, not rewriting history, just recreating it for everybody, where I'm having problems squaring some stuff away in terms of, if Karen Read's calling John O Keefe at 12:33 from the property, how was she able to get back and be on the Wi-Fi at 12:36 when it is a 5 to 6 minute drive? That's humanly impossible. Also, that's having clear weather conditions, and that's like leaving right as you're calling at 12:33. She said that she called more than once and then said, fuck this, I'm leaving, and left. And this was after she said that she waited for like 5 or 10 minutes that the calling at 12:33 began. So here was the number one thing I wanted to find out, which was, when did the defense learn of the router information? When was the defense provided the discovery that allowed them to see that Karen Read, right, attached to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36. Okay. Again, this has nothing to do with WaZe. This is just simple. They had Karen's phone. Okay. Karen's making calls. Her defense team does not need any discovery. Okay, for Karen Read to pull up her own Verizon records to see what time those calls started. Okay. And so we just know that 12:33 is when that first phone call is made. And when she gets on the router to be able to be Wi-Fi connected, it's 12:36. Okay. 12:36. Now, this is what got me on a couple different things back in the day, and I want to show you guys why. Also, what she says in the first episode of this A Body in the Snow, okay? Very, very important. This would be a vivid memory of Karen Read. She says that on the way to go to 34 Fairview, that John was on the phone with Suge Tits, Jen McCabe. And by the way, Suge Tits is not like, I mean, I just say that. Frickin' frack Suge Tits, it's like, so don't take any offense to that. She says that he was talking to her and John told her 34 Fairview. Okay. She never says that we got lost when she's saying this part of it in the video. But she says that John gave her the address 34 Fairview. Just so we're clear, that wouldn't mean anything to Karen Read. 34 Fairview. Two things here. She never mentions that they had to call Jen McCabe back because there was two different phone calls, right? 12:14 and some change, and then the 12:18 call. Okay. Well, so this goes to my point, which is since she's not mentioning the second phone call, it's like Karen Read does not know that the second phone call happened. Okay. Because John gets out of the vehicle at 12:18 and some change. And when that's happening, he's making that call to her because it wasn't, in my opinion, just in my personal opinion, wherever they first went, okay, that's where all the data is that he's getting out and starting to take steps, which is over there on Oakdale, okay? And one of the most important things here is that she never mentions how John then had to punch in WaZe. Like, it's basically like he calls Jen, then he's starting to take steps and using WaZe. So, now, Karen Read never says, I mean, I would love to talk to the people that actually just record it and cut and copied and pasted how they wanted to make the video. But it would be a very vivid memory to say that you got lost. Okay. It would also be a very vivid memory to say that we're driving and then we had to call her back. And then she gives the 34 Fairview. Actually, John punched in his GPS. He punched in GPS and then he's telling me where to turn, right? Because it didn't go over into her Lexus. It was just, he just straight up had it on his phone. And it never registers in her Lexus or whatever. So let's go back to the facts. And the fact is that at 12:33, Karen Read makes her first phone calls to John. Wi-Fi at 12:36. Well, the only way that that's possible is that you actually started calling when you were not on the property at 34 Fairview, because it's humanly impossible. again, I want us to do some easy math here. If you got to 34 Fairview, let's just say that it's all right. You got to 34 Fairview at, and actually, if you look, when he starts taking his first steps for the 80 steps, it's at 12:21. Okay. And it's been known that Apple will start to clock your steps in flights of stairs after it registers. If it was in like a moving car, it doesn't know that you're about to go do something. It has to see that something has changed, and that's why there can be a delay. Okay. So what the evidence always showed me is that on Oakdale, somebody got out of a vehicle, and that somebody is the person that had John O Keefe's phone, because it then internally registered that, okay, I'm not in a moving speed of a car anymore. I am now taking steps. And then I'm also then converting the steps into taking flights. Okay. And you have to register steps before you can register flights. It's like an Apple thing. And so it's just so obvious to me that if you have somebody that she clearly doesn't remember the chronological order of events, because let's even say that her version is right. She couldn't have made the phone calls at 12:33 and been on the property at 34 Fairview. So that's just what I'm just going to say. She has this wrong, or it's worse and she's lying. And so I'm over here saying she doesn't have this chronological order of events right. Okay. But then think about this. She didn't have to make any public statements. So when you're looking at the evidence, right? And as an attorney, if I was an attorney and my client told me that, listen, I was there, he didn't come out, I'm like, what the hell is he doing? And then I start calling him and he doesn't answer. I don't even bother texting. I just start calling him. He doesn't answer. And I'm like, oh my God, he's going to do this again. Just like Aruba. Let's just say that that's what she's saying. So when this conversation would have been happening between her and her lawyers, you're looking at the evidence and you're like, okay, well, Karen, at 12:33, you then get on the Wi-Fi at 12:36. You're at John's, and we have these voicemails where you're getting out of the car. We can hear your heels. So are you sure that you didn't start calling until after you left? Because you're miffed. So wouldn't you do that before you decide to write an affidavit on April 12th, 2023, if you're Alan Jackson? Before you're going to commit to the language, which is in his affidavit, that Karen Reed, and here I'm going to show you guys the language, which is, we'll come back to this part. If I go to page, I think it's 360. There we go. Look at that. Yeah, just that memory, man. Just that. Let's now back it up to 340. Okay. Page 18, we got to back it up just a little bit more. So we'll go to 320. Okay. That's the 290. $250. Jessica Hyde. Okay. He does that right before that. Bosch. Okay. Okay. We're going to come back to that. Okay. Friday, May 12th. Here it is. Okay, let's see. he shares. They get a copy of the. Okay. Oh, that's May 12th. Oh, sorry. These are one of Alan Jackson's exhibits. Okay. I'll make this bigger. Affidavit of Alan Jackson. So this is in support of his motion for order. Okay. And so in order to do that, this is where he writes this whole big long. So go to 2. It's page 6 and 7 of his affidavit. Or of his, this is the motion that he files. Okay. Right here. As the bar was closing around midnight, the parties discussed going to Nicole and Brian Albert's residence located close by at 34 Fairview Road to continue the party and celebrate their son's birthday. Video surveillance footage and witness statements confirm that Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe left the Waterfall Bar at midnight and departed together in Miss Reed's black Lexus SUV. First of all, the video surveillance footage does not show them leaving together, those two in the same vehicle, for the record. As set forth in the attached affidavit of Richard Green, location data. And remember, Karen Reed went back to the Waterfall Bar. Okay. She did not go to 34 Fairview when she woke up in a panic. She goes first to, what do you call it? She goes first to the Waterfall Bar. And according to Jen McCabe, Karen Reed said that she left them, that that's where they had parted ways. So now, right here, Miss Reed has always maintained. See that sentence? Miss Reed has always maintained that she dropped O'Keefe off at the Albert residence and waited for him to scope out the residence and make sure that they were at the correct house and weren't imposing. Oops. There we go. Video surveillance footage and witness statements. So it says right here that location data obtained from O'Keefe's cell phone establishes that O'Keefe's cell phone first pings in the neighborhood near the Albert's residence at 12:19. That's what the report says. And the pings again at or near the Albert residence at approximately 12:24 a.m. Now, 12:24 a.m., think about it. She's saying that he gets out of the car then, and that she's then going to wait 5 or 10 minutes. Then she starts calling when she's still at the property, and then he's not coming, and then she takes off. Okay. And I'm over here saying there's a problem. And there's a problem because the time. Right here. After calling O'Keefe several times and becoming frustrated with his failure to answer or otherwise respond to her, Miss Reed eventually left. And I'm like, what the hell are they doing? So this was wrote April 12th. This was filed April 12th, 2023. He didn't write it on April 12th, 2023. Okay. So on April 12th, 2023, it is my belief that Alan Jackson did not know that the 1236 router connect existed. Or does he? But right here, after calling O'Keefe several times, then I said to myself, now we can't just use the 1233. We have to take another call. And how many is several? I know it's at least two. Several is usually more than two. A couple is two. Several is more than two. Usually when you're talking about being, and lawyers are supposed to use their words. So that would mean that at least 3 calls, in my opinion, okay, were made according to this affidavit before, right here it says, before Miss Reed eventually left. After calling Mr. O'Keefe several times and becoming frustrated with his failure to answer or otherwise respond to her, Miss Reed eventually left, presuming that O'Keefe had proceeded into the house for the party. Not saying that she saw him walk in, right? So now this is why this all matters. Because when I first came out on the scene with this case, I didn't know who fucking Turtle Tits was. I don't watch people and then do my shit. I don't like things to cloud my judgment. Okay, I like to, here, let me see the evidence. Let me see what we're dealing with here. And then I'll tell you my assessments. And my assessment immediately was, I don't think Karen Reed dropped him off at that house. Like, period, stamped it. I'll tell you why. Number one, logic to me. Why would Karen Reed not get out of the car and walk her butt in there or knock on the door? You're just going to leave? Okay. I said, that doesn't make any sense to me. But when I read this, I said, this is where it's like, okay, wait, she's calling him and he's not answering? Well, I wouldn't think that why would I think that he's ghosting me? I would never think that. I would think that it's in his pocket and he's not hearing it. It's loud in there. Okay. But then what never made sense to me is this should be so like you just remember it like the back, like it's so like this is just what happened. If I'm not impaired in any type of way, I can remember everything. It's just, this is before we knew that there was, I'm just like, this doesn't make sense. This does not make sense to me. I was like, why do I have this feeling that she did not take him? She did not drop him off there. And now one would have to ask themselves, when Alan Jackson got the information that Karen Reed was on the Wi-Fi by 1236, you're not going to sit down your client and say, okay, those phone calls couldn't have originated. Like, you never called him while you were there. You understand that? She didn't place a single phone call while she was at the residence because there's nothing before 1233. It's impossible. Thankfully, because the Commonwealth finally produced a forensic image of O'Keefe's phone to the defense. Remember I was telling you guys about this? Yeah, thankfully, the same time that Jen McCabe got, so that was February 8th. And that's when they discovered the whole Julie Albert and the Turtle Boy crap. Thankfully, because the Commonwealth finally produced a forensic image of O'Keefe's phone to the defense, this court does not have to rely on statements of witnesses, as set forth in the attached affidavit of Green, an expert in computer forensics and electronic data. And so this is where they introduced this whole stuff about, okay, it's O'Keefe's phone that establishes that his phone pinged. Yep, 12:19 and 33 seconds. Then it's O'Keefe's phone that says that it's approximately arriving at 12:24 and 28 seconds. Immediately following his arrival at the Albert residence between 12:21, see that? Apple Health recorded O'Keefe taking 80 steps, and this is because he got out of the vehicle at 12:21 a.m. to start those steps. And what I am saying is that clearly is Apple kicking in at that time, but those steps could have been 50 seconds before that. And if you back it up, then you're now dealing with what I've been saying, which is he's getting out of a vehicle, and when he punched in the WaZe to go to 34 Fairview, he was not in that car. And nor does Karen ever say in any interview until after trial 1, when she wants to marry this story. She wants to marry the Commonwealth story that, here, go and tell them about the WaZe and that, yeah, John, he punched in his WaZe. And so it put her with her statements. If you remember, Alan Jackson said everything that we did was strategic when we did those interviews after trial 1. Because in trial 2, that's when they were able to use, they used John's WaZe, you guys, in trial 1. But it wasn't until trial 2 that they were able to marry Karen to the WaZe, because they used her statement in an interview. Because you can't, no expert can just assume shit. That's just not what you can do. The information is from John's phone. But she married it because she came out and said the story that John punched it in WaZe. Okay. So, anyways. But why would Alan Jackson be saying on April 12th that Karen Reed made multiple phone calls before leaving the property? She waited for him to scope out the residence and make sure that they were at the correct house and weren't imposing. This is exactly what I'm saying happened, but just not at 34 Fairview. Which I'm over here saying and giving Karen Reed like a way better out of the whole situation, because it's like, you never went to 34 Fairview, honey. Wake up. Wake up. You were drunk. You don't even remember. And I'm like, Alan Jackson made the biggest mistake when you just are taking a client at their word versus wait till get the data. Get the data. This affidavit is saying that your client told you, or for whatever reason you want to lie, and you're trying to say that at 12:33, because you know when she first called him, she's at the house. You know, we're gonna get to expert shit in a minute. Yeah, in a different live. Yeah. But go be sir somewhere else. Lana, you're so right. I don't think Karen has I don't think she remembers either. She doesn't. She does not. She clearly doesn't. It doesn't matter. Hit by a car, not hit by a car. Karen Reed's version of events is wrong. She could not have been at 34 Fairview at 12:33 and making multiple phone calls, which takes her into 12:35, and then being on the Wi-Fi at 12:36. Are you people fucking high? Right, exactly. So Karen Reed never called John. So think about that. We have Karen Reed's vehicle clearly on a camera, leaving. And remember, everybody else is going straight, or everybody else she goes the opposite way, and then they go. And it's like, yeah, so they came from the opposite way. Yeah, why? Why? So here, it's about this affidavit for me. It's about the motion. It's about why and how is Alan Jackson determining that Karen Reed called John O'Keefe several times before leaving. And then once she became frustrated with his failure to answer or otherwise respond to her, Miss Reed eventually left versus, I don't know, trying to call Jen or calling Brian Higgins, right? Nope. Not going to try anybody else there. And she thinks that she's at a house where there's nobody there. Also, think about this. She's at a house where supposedly all these people are coming over to the door, looking out the window. Someone's running out, talking to their brother. Somebody's supposed to be right behind her, opening up a door, having conversations. And Karen Regis has no fucking recollection of this because she never once says it. She says that this place was like a ghost town. And it's like, yeah, because you weren't at 34 Fairview. You were somewhere else. And that somewhere else is where John O Keefe's phone started taking steps and taking flights of stairs without you. And that's what started the whole 12, 21, 12, 19, 12, 20. And then you're sitting there like, what the heck? You just, and then I listened to her talk in the body of snow and she's like, how long does it take? It just to take like a second or two. Like, are we invited or not? Like, are we at the right place or not? And so I'm wondering why Alan Jackson wouldn't be saying to himself, well, Karen, you never went to 34 Fairview. So therefore, like, you didn't drop him off there. You didn't see, so you're going to say, hey, you didn't see somebody pull up right behind you? You didn't see this, you didn't see that? And then, and she's never like looking back, like, think about this. I'm going to be in a car and I'm going to be so frustrated that my boyfriend's not coming out, that I'm not like looking at the house to see like what's going on. Like, did any lights turn on? Did like what? Cases are fluid. So let's say that he doesn't know. Then you find out about the whole Wi-Fi. And it doesn't cross your mind to say, Karen, 1236, 1233, it's simple math. Those phone calls couldn't have started when you were at the house. It's 5 to 6 minutes at 12:30 in the morning with clear conditions to get from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows. Again, she would have had to start making these calls at like 12:29. The only statements regarding the events that transpired inside the Albert residence after O'Keefe took his last steps at 12:31 are the self-serving statements of Jennifer McCabe. Let's see. Right here. They were able to get McCabe's iPhone on February 8th, 2023, just like they got John O'Keefe's. And like I told you, that was in Discovery 8. Now, let's go to I want to back up and show you guys that this is wrong. Witnesses gave conflicting accounts regarding whether O'Keefe actually exited the vehicle and made his way into the Albert residence on January 29, 2022. This is, for Alan Jackson to write this, is unbelievable because it's just not true. If you wanted to say period after maybe vehicle, okay, people did not give conflicting statements at all about anything to do with going into that residence. Nobody said that John O'Keefe went in that residence. Ryan Nagel, one of the only witnesses present on the night in question who is not closely related to the Alberts, arrived at the Alberts residence just after O'Keefe and Miss Reed to pick up his sister. And it's just interesting because I've always maintained that Karen Reed never talks about how she, again, got lost and that somebody basically hightailed it in there following her. I had a car behind me. I had a truck behind me that drove past, like that was there. Somebody, I mean, do you understand that Karen Reed has no recollection of any of this fucking flowing traffic? That's just a house that has all these cars and all these people at it. According to Mr. Nagel's interview with police, he recalled seeing a set of headlights of a mid-sized black SUV coming from the opposite direction as he approached Fairview Road and yielded to the vehicle, allowing it to make a right-hand turn onto Fairview as their F-150 followed them. And just so we're clear, the actual driver of that doesn't recall that, but both vehicles parked outside the Alberts residence. He stated that he and his friends remained parked outside the driveway for approximately 5 minutes. That would mean, like I said, so 12:24, if they're arriving there, he's right behind. They're leaving around like 12:29, 12:30. But guess what? The text message of him saying here to his sister is at 12:32. You guys know that, right? And that's why he said, Ryan Nagel, and that he let his sister know before he actually got there that he was there. Okay. Yeah, you're not going to do it like, you're going to do that maybe as you're like approaching. I'm not going to, hey, I'm here and I'm fucking, how many minutes away. Basically, the moral of that story is that there's no way that with that text saying that here at 12:32 comports with being able to follow somebody in that would be her SUV. Or I'm sorry, it was like 12:27. That was it. It was the time that he texted her sister made no sense. And that's why he had to make it seem like I texted her like before I got there. It was very bizarre. Now, and then all that they can say is, yeah, when I pulled past that SUV, I saw, he's saying that at some point, Mr. Nagel told police he observed the black SUV pull forward toward the edge of the Alberts property line. When he and his friends left shortly thereafter, he observed a woman sitting alone in a black SUV outside the residence as he pulled away from the house. And over here, Alan Jackson's like, yeah, so we're going to speculate and say it's because John O'Keefe's already in there. And that's what they think is exculpatory. Okay, I'm sorry, but I don't think Ryan Nagel saw anything. Sorry. Eyewitness accounts are the worst. He further reported that he did not observe any damage to her vehicle, hear screams, or otherwise observe any altercation between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, right? Miss Reed has always maintained that she dropped off O'Keefe at the Albert residence and waited for him to scope out the residence. And when I always saw this, I was like, oh, this is where they're going to go with it. Because the Albert residence would be different than saying you dropped somebody off at 34 Fairview. So that's another thing. When I went back and read this way back in the day, I was like, you know what? By the way that Alan Jackson is saying this, there's an out here. And the out would be as I thought I dropped him off at the Alberts residence. Why wouldn't I think that? That's where we were headed. But he doesn't say 34 Fairview, right? So I was like, okay, I see that they could then potentially leave this up to interpretation of what Miss Reed's perception of Albert residence was, and waited for him to scope out the residence and make sure that they were at the correct house and weren't imposing. After calling O'Keefe several times and becoming frustrated with his failure to answer or otherwise respond to her, Miss Reed eventually left, presuming O'Keefe had proceeded into the house for the party. Right there. Presuming is the same thing as assuming. Not saying that she saw him walk in, nothing like that, right? But the big thing being is that she called several times. And I'm like, okay, Alan, when are you going to get the information that she's on the Wi-Fi at 12:36 and this is impossible? She couldn't have called beginning at 12:33. It doesn't add up. Right here. Meanwhile, Miss Reed, the only person with a reason to believe O'Keefe was actually missing, because why is, Jen McCabe up and walking around, he's basically saying, grew increasingly concerned with O'Keefe's failure to return home to his children on January 29, 2022, and answer her many phone calls and text messages. After a fitful night of sleep, Miss Reed began frantically calling O'Keefe's friends shortly before 5 a.m. in an effort to locate him. Jennifer McCabe, who was staying out drinking until 2:20 a.m., was conveniently awake to answer Miss Reed's early morning call. But Jennifer McCabe couldn't leave it at that. I've never seen a lawyer write like this. But Jennifer McCabe couldn't leave it at that. This is storytelling time. After picking up a 4:53 a.m. phone call from Miss Reed, an acquaintance, like, why are you even answering her phone call, more or less is what he's saying, and O'Keefe's daughter, blank, the overly helpful Miss McCabe, again, he's leaving out the fact that it was not Karen's phone call. It was actually from Keely's cell phone. So, but Jennifer McCabe couldn't leave it at that. After picking up, see how he says up, a 4:53 a.m. phone call from Miss Reed? That's misleading, don't you think? Because it was Kaylee's cell phone. Miss McCabe jumped out of bed, but she didn't. I can tell you this, she did not look at the steps. Miss McCabe jumped out of bed and asserted herself into the search. She didn't. For O'Keefe, making every effort to delay Miss Reed in returning to the Albert residence to look for him. You guys, I then said to myself, when you actually go back and you read this, you're like, okay, I get it. I get it that what this was all for now, right? We're going to have Turtle Boy be reading this out to the masses, okay? Karen drove and left at 5:08 in the morning. Why wouldn't I potentially go ahead and put the narrative out there that I think Karen backed into his car on purpose? She knows that O'Keefe parks his car there all the time. I don't care, snowing, not snowing, it doesn't matter. It's not like it's never snowed before. But who's to say that she didn't tap it on purpose? To give herself a reason that, oh, this is why my, taillight was banged up. Anyways, but Jennifer McCabe couldn't leave it at that. Miss McCabe jumped out of bed and inserted herself into the search for O'Keefe, making every effort to delay Miss Reed in returning to the Albert residence to look for him and ensuring that she was in control of the narrative provided to police when O'Keefe's body was discovered. Do you understand that Alan Jackson, by writing stuff like this, a judge is going to say, what the hell are you doing? Like, are you trying not to get her phone in the information that you're seeking here in Brian Albert's phone? Like, this is all ridiculous. I mean, like I said, this is story time. Because actually the evidence doesn't show that. If you actually pay attention to the evidence, Miss Reed left at 5:08. Miss McCabe wasn't preventing her from going anywhere. If Miss Reed remembered exactly where she went and what she did, then she would have went to 34 Fairview. She and in the in actually the documentary with a Body in the Snow, Karen saying, yeah, John told me, 34 Fairview. Karen goes to Waterfall Bar first. Interesting. Why? And people can say, well, because she's trying to retrace her steps. Excuse me? That's like what you do with a lost set of keys, not a person. You were going to go to your last known spot where you remember being with them, right? I mean, what? So when someone says that she's retracing her steps, I was like, if you're saying that for the reason of like she has to remember how she got somewhere because like, okay, let me start at the Waterfall Bar and I'll remember how I drove that route, then maybe I can give you something like that. But there would be no reason for me to go to, if I'm out with my boyfriend, and knowing that I left to go to a house party with him in the car with me. Why would I ever start at, let's go to Panini's. Let's just start our night there. Let's just start my morning there at 5:08 so I can retrace my steps. And now if you didn't know where you were going and you had never been to that house before, but during the call, Miss McCabe suggested that a hysterical Karen Reed drive all the way across town at 5 a.m. to her own residence. What? Located at, so they could look for O'Keefe together. I wouldn't have been suggesting any of that. I would have been suggesting the fact that why is she frantic at 4:30? Why is she frantic at 5? Why is she so frantic? And then I would be suggesting okay, let's make some phone calls, just like what happened to my friend when we actually had her boyfriend following us in a vehicle. And then we arrived back at the townhouse. 5 minutes goes by, 15 minutes goes by. We're like, where is this motherfucker? Like, he was just behind us, And then obviously calling him, he's not answering. And I'm like, oh my God, like he either got pulled over or he got in a car accident. Right. And then so you're making calls. This wasn't like we're going to go out hunting for him. We thought that he got pulled over. Well, both happened. He wrecked her car and obviously the cop showed up, right? Because when you got in a car accident. Anyways, but then I just was blown. Once Miss Reed arrived at the McCabe residence, Miss McCabe insisted that they drive Miss Reed's car back to O'Keefe's residence, where Miss Reed had just come from, so that they could meet O'Keefe's friend, Carrie Roberts. That makes no sense, right? Why? Because Miss Roberts was at Jen McCabe's house. And I'm just like, did Alan Jackson not know any of, like, he's getting all of this from Karen. So Karen did not remember that Carrie Roberts went to McCabe's house. And now check this out. He thinks that Mr. O'Keefe lives in an apartment, so they could meet O'Keefe's friend, Carrie Roberts, and research O'Keefe's apartment. What? To make sure he was not home, buying time to make sure John wouldn't live to tell the court what happened to him. After confirming, unsurprisingly, that O'Keefe was not at home and allowing her family members sufficient time to situate O'Keefe's body. What? Y'all did that all happened at, according to the plow driver, right? And according to your theory about all of that at 3:00. No, because we kept them in the backyard out in the cold. After confirming, unsurprisingly, that O'Keefe was not home and allowing her family members time to sufficiently, situate the body, the three women drove together in Miss Roberts's car back to the Albert residence to look for O'Keefe. As the women pulled up, so right there, I'd be saying, leaving Karen's SUV out of the garage, parked outside of the garage, right? Available for anybody to get to it, to get to that tail light. But Alan doesn't understand that you're maybe attacking this from the wrong angle. You need more information. As the woman pulled up to Brian Alberts' house shortly after 6 a.m., Miss Reed spotted an unconscious O'Keefe lying face up on his back in the yard of Brian Alberts' residence. While Miss Reed and Miss Roberts raced to him and attempted to render aid, Miss McCabe remained in the vehicle. And dialed 911 and began controlling the narrative. In her initial statement to Trooper Michael Proctor, lead investigator and close family friend of the Alberts and McCabes, Jennifer McCabe attributes a number of statements to Miss Reed that quickly make her the prime suspect. Or maybe Michael Proctor just added those in. When asked to describe John and Karen's appearance at the Waterfall Bar, she describes John as wearing a baseball cap, hat, jeans, and sneakers, but describes Karen as walking into the bar holding a drinking glass. He knows better than attribute a hearsay report to her. It's the Michael Proctor. Where's the recording of it? We have no idea what Jen said. Michael Proctor is a piece of shit. Miss McCabe falsely tells Trooper Proctor that Miss Reed claimed she went home alone that night and last saw John at the Waterfall Bar, and that she had to correct Karen and tell her that they all went to the Albert residence. Let me tell you something here. Karen went to the Waterfall Bar. That's a fact. That's an absolute fact. That's where she chose to go first. Miss McCabe, McCabe isn't making up. She can't make up that fact. Karen went to the Waterfall Bar first. Miss McCabe tells Trooper Proctor that while they were searching for O'Keefe, Karen repeatedly asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? That's what she said in the interview that I watched last night. And Miss McCabe falsely tells Trooper Proctor that Karen began screaming to pull over because she saw O'Keefe's body before he was actually visible from the roadway, and that she and Miss Roberts didn't know what she was talking about because there was heavy snow. You guys, again, I'm just going to go to common sense logic. Just because somebody doesn't come home, why are you thinking that they're outside walking around? I would never, ever think that. I would never think that if I wake up at 4:30 in the morning and my boyfriend, girlfriend, dog wasn't there, that, oh my God, they're outside. I would never also be outside searching. Why am I thinking that he's outside, period, and not in anybody's house? I would be making massive phone calls to people. That's just the logic of it. So for them to say, yeah, well, I didn't see him because I wasn't looking like that. I could see Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe saying that because I would have said that. Well, yeah, she saw him first because she's sitting in the back. Okay. I'm focused on the road. So I wouldn't see, I'm not looking, and I'm trying to drive. So I would hope that she would see him first because she doesn't have to worry about that. Okay. So, but do you understand when a judge is reading this, this is all pure, like this is just, you're trying to obtain phone records, or Rule 17. needing to go into all of this, you guys, this was for the purpose to be read, just like I'm reading it to you right now. But if you truly want to obtain phone records of Brian Albert, shouldn't just the Google search of 230, 227 be fine? The facts, just the facts. According to Nicole, Albert's statement to Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, she and her husband, Mr. Brian Albert, were still in bed in the early morning of January 29th when her sister Jen came into the room and shared with her what had transpired outside and that John was found deceased on the edge of her property by the street in the snow. Well, you want to know what's more compelling to me is that Jen was able to just walk in to a house that you would think would have been locked. Did you have a key? How'd you get in? Oh, it was just open. That to me is more like, sus. Fuck all that. They should be in their bed. Nicole reported to the police that she never left her home, and that's what I would have pointed to the fact that her car wasn't there, to see what was going on outside. And by the time that she came downstairs, the Canton Fire Department must have already transported both John and Karen from the scene. Well, guess what? There was no sirens. Okay. So why aren't you starting to realize that maybe Canton is way more involved in this than you could ever imagine? Because Canton is going over there with no sirens on. Canton's going over there. Why? After you get a phone call of it's a cop in the snow. We're not going to wake people up when you find an unresponsive man in the snow. I guess. But then guess what? That actually helps the fact that nobody heard this. None of the neighbors. There's nothing to hear because there's no sirens. And then, okay, yeah, people outside. Absolutely. Anyways, Nicole reported to police that she never left her home. And by the time she came downstairs, they were gone. However, cell records established that immediately after disconnecting with 911 dispatch, Jennifer McCabe actually made 2 calls to her sister. And that's why you would have been seeking out Nicole's phone, because you'd want to see if those were considered incoming calls, because you need the incoming person's records. So why wouldn't you see if those were answered? Significantly, a broken cocktail glass was the only evidence recovered at the scene when law enforcement initially responded to the Albert residence at 7 o'clock in the morning. Well, blood. You guys understand I went through last night the DNA. So I said to Bella, if there was a fight, what are the odds that there would not be any blood or DNA, sweat, anything from any other person on John O Keefe's shirt? It's only his DNA. Like, for example, in the Delphi murders, there was like 5 and 6 people mixtures on their clothing and shit like that. Richard Allen's DNA was not at that scene, nowhere, not in a mixture, nothing. But nobody's DNA, there was no blood mixture with anything. But all the spots and all the shirts, there's just nothing. So it's talking about like a fight. Yes. Someone says diluted. Absolutely. So again, wouldn't you attack the investigation, aka his clothing? Get it. You can either use it or you can get it suppressed, right? But again, this just continues to go back to the investigation, not these witnesses. Indeed, photographs taken from the time in question established that there were only about an inch or less of snow that had accumulated. O'Keefe's body was clearly visible and appeared noticeably out of place on the Albert's flat and bare front lawn. Look at this. Either Nicole is lying or Jen McCabe was on the phone with her husband, Brian Albert. Either way, Brian and Nicole Albert chose to sequester themselves in their home, distancing themselves from the investigation, Rather than check on O'Keefe, assist in life-saving efforts, speak with responding officers, or otherwise investigate the circumstances surrounding the fact that their family member had just discovered the body of a Boston police officer on their front lawn. I said I thought it was interesting that the only car that's missing from the outside and not in the garage, because they said that they didn't park in there, was her Cadillac. Okay, was her Cadillac, Nicole's Cadillac. I personally believe that Caitlin could have potentially drove that home, and she just didn't want to say that because she did not want to admit to drinking and driving. So she said that, her boyfriend picked her up, but that really never happened. And that was to cover for the fact that she just drove her mom's vehicle home that night. People lie about stuff all the time and it not actually be about the murder. Drug dealers do that all the time, and they get themselves in murder cases because of that, because they just don't admit the fact that they were selling drugs, and that's why they were on the block, Anyways, at 6:23, Jennifer McCabe makes an outgoing call to her brother-in-law, Brian Albert, which he does not answer, and then subsequently deletes the record of that call. Well, that times up, though, perfectly with when you put it on a timeline with why she called him was because Lank said, you need to make contact with the homeowner. She calls him. We have more information now. We have the where I get that information from is we have the actual evidence of inside the vehicle of the trooper vehicle. What an unbelievably odd and incriminating thing to search immediately upon finding a dead body. How long does it take to digest food? Actually, no. When you're typing something in, your phone starts to pick up what it thinks you're about to write. And then if you hit when the little search arrow, the search bars drop down, that's how that can come up. How long does it take to digest food? Significantly, the presence of food particles in a descendant's stomach and upper small intestine serve as a source of information for pathologists in calculating time of death. Fuck. Almost immediately thereafter, Jennifer McCabe tried to overwrite her incriminating search from earlier that morning regarding how long it takes to die in the cold by re-entering it at a more appropriate time. After she supposedly finds O'Keefe's body in the cold. However, in all the commotion and in her haste to cover up her incriminating 2:27 a.m. Google search and how long it would take O'Keefe to die in the cold, do you understand that he, meaning Alan Jackson, their team, would have probably got their hands, on a lot more material if they wouldn't have done it all this way? Then again, at 6:24 a.m., she enters a second search, this time repeating her search for how long to die in the cold. How long to die in cold. How long to die in cold. And Jen's over here talking about the fact that I was freezing. I don't know. But I can tell you that I went through all what Celebrite said about this, about their glitch. I went and watched Barnhart's talk about it. I watched a bunch of things about it. And to me, it was a systematic thing. And that systematic error on how you could interpret that and how that showed up, let me just put it to you this way. Alan Jackson in trial 2 would have called an expert to the stand. Okay. Alan Jackson would have called an expert to the stand, and he did not, to talk about that goal, to talk about specifically that in the second trial. Why not? I can promise you Richard Green wasn't going to testify to it. So let's see what happens in the civil trial. In case her sloppy attempt to cover up, I mean, to write like this is just really interesting. In case her sloppy attempt to cover up her incriminating Google search wasn't enough, on February 1st, 2022, in a transparent and unsuccessful effort to conceal her own criminality and blame it on Miss Reed, Miss McCabe inexplicably tells police for the first time that while she was seated alone with Miss Reed together in a car after law enforcement arrived on scene, we prayed the Our Father together. Karen then immediately yelled at me 2 times to Google, "How long do you have to be left outside to die from hypothermia?" Jennifer McCabe knew how devastating it would be if the wrong person in law enforcement discovered that she Googled "how long to die in the cold." You see how it says though on February 1st? Thus, in an attempt to deflect suspicion and justify this incredibly incriminating Google search, she reverted to blaming everything on Miss Reed. You guys, if they were going to blame anything on Miss Reed, why didn't any of them say like, "Oh my God, like we thought, yeah, we saw like a mound. There's a mound out there. We all saw a black blob, but we didn't know that it was a person. Why would we think it was a person?" Why, if they were going to truly blame her, why wouldn't all these people have said that they saw a black blob? Why would I mean, I don't know. I think if anything, all these people are saying, we did not see a body in the lawn. We didn't see her hit him. We didn't see shit. They were all together. Everything was fine. Nobody was fighting. There was no problems. You understand that? There was no problems. They have no control. These witnesses have no control of actually what gets end up put in a report that's hearsay, right? Because they didn't record them. They didn't record these interviews. And I'm telling you, if I was a witness, I'd be so freaking pissed at the police. Why didn't you? Now I have to endure all of this shit because you guys didn't do stuff by protocol. This is why you record stuff. This is why you do things a certain way. And so, like, why are we flipping out on the witnesses and actually not seeing it for what it is that the fact that whoever wrote these reports has a lot, like, they can't back them up. Shockingly, in what can only be described as a clear attempt by Miss McCabe to frame Miss Reed. Richard Green's forensic analysis of Jennifer McCabe's phone reveals that Miss McCabe took affirmative steps to delete the 2:27 and 42nd a.m. search for "how long to die in the cold," but did not attempt to remove the 2 other subsequent searches she attributed to Miss Reed. The defense is not suggesting that Jennifer McCabe killed O'Keefe and covered up his murder alone. The communications and contracts that Jennifer McCabe intentionally deleted from her phone in the 4 days between O'Keefe's death and her decision to turn her phone over to law enforcement for analysis on February 2nd are key to uncovering what transpired on January 29th, 2022. As set forth more fully below, Jennifer McCabe initially sanitized her phone of her contacts with Brian and Nicole Albert on January 29, 2022, before turning her phone over to law enforcement. The only reasonable inference as to why Jennifer McCabe would intentionally tamper with evidence she knew she was providing to law enforcement is because, like her 2:27 a.m. Google search, she and Brian Albert have taken calculated steps to hide incriminating information. You guys, why turn it over at all? These people are all law enforcement people, right? Why turn it over at all? Ms. McCabe's attempts to sanitize her phone. Oh, wait. Go right here. For example, on October 25th, 2022, the Commonwealth produced to the defense a copy of the initial Canton Police Department incident report with a purported creation date of January 29, 2022 at 8:24 hours. Apparently, unbeknownst to the individual that altered that report, a hard copy of that very same report dated January 29, 2022 at 8:24 hours had already been provided to counsel for Miss Reed at her arraignment 7 months prior on February 2nd, 2022. Exactly. Why aren't you sticking with this? This has nothing to do with Jennifer McCabe. This has to do with Canton Police Department. Again, where did John O'Keefe truly go that Karen Reed dropped him off at? Had already been provided to counsel for Mercedes arraignment. The two Canton Police Department instances are almost identical and purport to have been created and generated on the same exact date at the same exact time. However, the report produced on October 25th, 2022, the altered report, is different from the report produced months earlier on February 2nd, 2022, the original report, in two significant respects. Number one, the altered report swaps the single crime scene photograph included within the report from a photograph that was taken on the morning of January 29, 2022 by Canton PD, where there were clearly no pieces of Miss Reed's taillight at the crime scene, to a crime scene photograph taken on February 3rd, 2022 by Massachusetts State Police, when Trooper Proctor purportedly recovered pieces of her taillight at the scene days later after he had already taken possession of her vehicle. And two, the altered report replaces Brian Albert's primary cell phone number, the very same number Jennifer McCabe deleted from her cell phone belonging to Uncle Brian A., with a completely different number. Thus, the witnesses in this case have made repeated attempts to conceal. How could the witnesses do this? Alan Jackson knows that the witnesses, okay, don't fucking go in and alter reports. Why is the Canton police doing it? The same people that live on Hog Heaven, Oakdale. John O'Keefe was supposed to go to 34 Fairview. Looks like John O'Keefe got dumped on 34 Fairview, where he was supposed to be. And it wasn't by Karen Reed, right? And it wasn't by any of these witnesses, right? Why can't anybody possibly wrap their head around the fact that maybe, just maybe, there is a possibility, there is another, I don't know, what's the word I want to say? Oh, answer. Because now reading this, if you are reading this today and not saying to yourself, oof, this is, thus the witnesses in this case have made repeated attempts to conceal, hide, and erase any reference to Brian Albert's cell phone number in connection with this case. The witnesses, how the fuck could the witnesses do that? The revelations, they can't, they cannot. They don't go in and that's okay. And the other thing is that this is at Canton Police Department. Why wouldn't you do a FOIA and see who went in on October 25th, 2022 and enter the new report? Well, they did. And I think it was Sean Good. Isn't Sean Good on administrative leave? Who was working that night? Who happened to know about some blizzard party? Oh, yeah, but I was stuck here. What blizzard party was going on Oakdale? Remember how I told you guys I thought it was interesting that John's phone is almost moving when Link arrives there? Mm-hmm. The revelations obtained from Jennifer McCabe's cell phone, taken alone, make Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert prime suspects in this case. However, actions taken by Brian Albert and his family to destroy evidence and engage in witness intimidation Look at this word. Look at this shit. You guys, this was wrote April 12th. Well, this was put on file April 12th, 2023. Talk about, dude, talk about trying to get in front of the fact that you're trying to blast it out to the world that people were being witness intimidated. Who was being witness intimidated? Because that's about to happen here. And engage in witness intimidation over the course of the last year. How are you making this blanket statement? Where has there been witness intimidation? Should be extremely troubling to this court and unquestionably further support the necessity of the immediate issuing a summons for Brian Albert's cell phone and cell records. A judge reading this, it would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? First, as set forth more fully in the defendant's motion for order, they want the Canton Animal Control and the clerk court's office in the defense to obtain Brian Albert's rehomed canine German Shepherd dog Chloe to some unknown location. Second, September 2nd, 2022, defense counsel for the first time publicly accused the Alberts in open court of being implicated in the murder of O'Keefe. That is interesting because I went through all of these emails. And when I went through these emails, that date, I was like, that's not true. That date's wrong. In fact, it was June 14th. An email comes through. June 14th, 2022. I just spoke with Reed's lawyer, David Yannetti. And this is from Dorian Geiger. Tuesday, June 14th, 2022 at 1:03 p.m. I just spoke with Reed's lawyer, David Yannetti. He's accusing Norfolk County prosecutors with an S and Boston police of a massive conspiracy and an apparent cover-up in order to shield off duty Boston police officers, plural, who were allegedly he wrote on screen at the time of O'Keefe's death. I'm attaching screenshots of this correspondence. Please formally respond to these allegations if you're able. Thank you, Dorian. And he sent that to David Traub. And this was NBC media requests. And then, so that was June 14th, 2022. So this right here, second, on, if you don't, it's, again, that's June 14th, 2022 at 1:39 p.m. and 1:03 p.m. Those are those two emails. So on September 22nd, 2022, defense counsel for the first time publicly accused the Alberts in open court. Well, it was in the media, right? Because NBC was asking for a response, and then attached in it was correspondence between what was being alleged between David Yannetti and this media person. And so they wanted to comment. In open court of being implicated in the murder of O'Keefe. On September 23rd, 2022, Judge Krupp ordered Deputy District Attorney Adam Lally to notify, among others, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, and Colin Albert not to alter, delete, destroy, or in any other way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with any cell phones used by the Albert/McCabes in and around the time of O'Keefe's death. Exhibit Q, September 23, 2022, order to preserve electronics. Less than 2 weeks later, on October 16th, 2022, Brian Albert's brother, Tim Albert, publicly threatened to ruin anyone who crossed his family. I stand by my family 1,000%. You don't fuck with them. You do, and I won't hesitate to make you the most miserable person. It's a promise. So I thought about this, and I thought about it really fucking hard. Where is there any proof and any evidence that this account belongs to Sean McCabe? Because right here, this is the work, I'm just saying, of This is the work of Turtle Boy. Affidavit of Alan Jackson. Here it is. Tim Albert Facebook post. So Tim Albert is a grown man with two brothers in law enforcement. Brian Albert, head of the fugitive unit. He's made accounts before where he's claimed to be people. So he made an account where he said he was Ryan Waters. The Alberts are not above the law. If Tim Albert has no problem publicly threatening and intimidating witnesses on Facebook because his brother, Brian Albert, was accused of being implicated in O'Keefe's murder, just like how convenient. Think about this. You're going to sit here and tell me that this all happened September 22nd, 2022. And then what they're saying is that 2 weeks later, you don't fuck with them. Tim Albert. I stand by my family 100%. You don't fuck with them. You do, and I won't hesitate to make you the most miserable person. It's a promise. But this is what they're calling. So let me get this straight. Their own defense, Karen Reed's defense attorneys are acknowledging that they believe that right here is witness intimidation and threats. Like I said, Turtle Boy is FUCK'd. This is going to be supplied to Alan Jackson, David and Eddie. This is what you consider to be witness intimidation, right? So what was Turtle Boy doing? If Tim Alberts has no problem publicly threatening and intimidating witnesses on Facebook because his brother Brian Albert was accused of being implicated in O'Keefe's murder, it's terrifying. It's terrifying to imagine what the Alberts are capable of behind closed doors. Really, Alan? It's terrifying. As of the filing date of this motion, 6 months after the original post, Tim Albert's threat remains displayed on his public profile. Third, law enforcement never conducted a search of the Alberts' residence and or their fenced-in backyard to determine whether there were any evidence that an altercation had occurred between O'Keefe and or the partygoers. I think that, again, ask yourself why Nuttall is talking about a black puffy jacket. Hello? It's to help who? The Canton police. He had a puffy black jacket on. Okay, so like he wasn't just in jeans and a t-shirt, but he really didn't have a black puffy jacket on. But that's where it'd be like he was dressed for the weather. Get what I'm saying? Like where that lie came from and what the true reason of that lie was for. And when you start adding it all up, it's all to protect Canton police. And think about it. On November 17th, 2022, mere months after the defense first publicly accused the Alberts of being implicated in O'Keefe's murder, Brian Albert made the decision to list his childhood home and longtime residence for sale, which has been in the Albert family for multiple generations. Affidavit of Alan Jackson. According to public records, the Alberts accepted an offer on the house exactly 3 months after it was listed on February 17th, 2023. That sale is currently pending. Brian Albert's decision to transfer documented ownership of his longtime family residence is yet additional evidence of consciousness of guilt. Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert have engaged in a demonstrable pattern of attempting to manipulate, conceal, and destroy evidence that might expose their involvement in O'Keefe's murder. As discussed below, Ms. Reed's constitutional right to obtain exculpatory evidence and defend herself at a trial required that this court issue a pre-trial summons for Mr. Albert's cell phone and corresponding cell carrier records for this critical 9-day period commencing on January 28th, and he wants it ending on February 5th. And that time span, it changes. And that's what Bev was like, well, what are you asking for? Because you write two different things. The day the bulk of Commonwealth's investigation was completed, so that the defense can uncover why the witnesses in this case have been so intent on preventing Brian Albert's cell phone number from making it into the hands of the defense and official law enforcement documentation. Similarly, Ms. Reed is requesting call detail records from Jennifer McCabe's cell phone carrier for a 6-day period spanning January 28th, 2022, until she turned over her phone to law enforcement. Well, guess what? This gets approved when they appeal it. Jennifer McCabe they were able to get, I think it was a 30-day period. And they were able to get like data and stuff. Until she turned over her phone to law enforcement for imaging on February 2nd, 2022, which will undoubtedly reveal text messages and calls that Miss McCabe deleted from her phone in an effort to interfere with the investigation. Here, Miss Reed's defense is predicated in no small part on third-party culpability defense. And they abandon it during trial. They don't even try to, that's what Bev says. She's like, you didn't even bring this back up again during trial when like any doors were opened. As discussed above in Section D, the defense has uncovered significant, reliable evidence that not only exculpates Miss Reed, but also inculpates Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert. Do you understand that the defense knew at the time that they wrote this that Higgy Bear and Karen Reed were making out and sexting, and that the last text that John O Keefe received at 12:20 and some change was from Higgy Bear? So Jen and Brian are doing this. Moreover, the only reasonable interpretation of the 80 steps and 3 flights of elevation gain recorded by Apple Health on O'Keefe's cell phone immediately upon his arrival at the Albert residence suggests that he did, in fact, and see, that's the other thing that's crazy, is that his steps start before they arrive at 12:24. Okay. Is that he, in fact, did make it into the Albert residence that night. This is not the only reasonable interpretation of the 80 steps and 30 flights of elevation gain, by the way, because of the timestamp of those. They weren't there yet. He was not at 34 Fairview yet. That was taken somewhere else. Make it into the Albert residence that night, directly contravening Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert's claims. But it doesn't, because Jennifer McCabe is calling and texting him. Like, where are you? Are you here? Like, where are you? Calling. Calling. And he knows that. He ends up getting the call detail records. The above reliable and data-driven evidence undeniably suggests that Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert are third parties responsible for O'Keefe's death, and that more inculpatory information will be found in the cellular data and records requests. They're going to be able to get all this now in the civil. As discussed above, there is undeniable proof that Jennifer McCabe took efforts to sanitize her phone in an attempt to prevent the defense from obtaining information that would have exculpated Miss Reed and inculpated the McAlbert group. As if the 2:27 a.m. Google search for House on Divine in the Cold weren't inculpatory enough in its own right, the forensic analysis of Miss McCabe's cell phone establishes that she took affirmative steps to destroy evidence by deleting her 2:27 a.m. search, deleting her communications with Brian Albert, on January 29, 2022, and deleting evidence that she shared Brian Albert's contact information with someone before turning her phone over to the Massachusetts State Police. Brian Albert's cell phone communications and location data spanning from January 28, 2022, the night of that O'Keefe met with Alberts and drinks for the waterfall, to February 5th, the day the Massachusetts State Police completed its initial investigation into the case, will unquestionably lead to relevant, admissible evidence that will shed light on Brian Albert and others' involvement in O'Keefe's murder and the efforts that were made in the aftermath by the McCabe/Alberts to cover up their crimes. Moreover, Miss McCabe's cell phone carrier records from January 28th to that date will allow the defense to obtain a record of any calls and or text messages that were successfully deleted from Miss McCabe's cell phone during the relevant time period. The incident request is not a fishing expedition. When this got appealed, it was denied in part and approved in part because they did consider it a fishing expedition, but they gave Jen, they were able to obtain Jen stuff. As explained in the attached affidavit of Richard Green, an expert in computer forensics and electronic data analysis, immediately following O'Keefe's arrival at the Albert residence at, now look at this, at 12:20 a.m. How do you know that earlier, okay, what he said was 12:24. You guys understand that? 12:24. Now, right here, he's saying that Richard Green is trying to say that y'all arrived at 12:20 a.m. Between then 12:20 a.m. and 12:24 a.m., Apple Health recorded O'Keefe taking 80 steps. And I agree with Richard Green in his interpretation that absolutely did John O'Keefe start moving and got out of a vehicle. But I would love to talk to him and ask him why he thinks that it was at, it says, as explained in the attached affidavit, immediately following O'Keefe's arrival at the Albert residence. Why aren't they, see how they're not saying 34 Fairview? Where does, I just want to ask Green, isn't it possible that actually where this arrival is at this time is on Oakdale? And he's going to say, yes. It cannot be excluded, correct? Correct. Thank you. Between 12:21 a.m. and 12:24 a.m., Apple Health recorded O'Keefe taking 80 steps and climbing the equivalent of 3 floors, with his location data pinging at or near the Albert residence. The only reasonable interpretation of O'Keefe's Apple Health data, which shows an elevation gain of 3 floors at or near the Albert residence, is that he made it inside the Albert's 3-floor residence. No, absolutely not. Thus, location data from O'Keefe's cell phone, not Karen, directly contradicts Brian Albert's assertion to police that O'Keefe never entered his home or arrived at the party on January 29th. This is why you're not getting shit, because this is not the only reasonable interpretation. Hours before Miss McCabe has any reason to suspect O'Keefe is missing. He didn't show up, first of all, at the party, or in distress at 2:27 a.m. on January 29th. She goes, house on a dying in the cold. Well, guess what? Richard Green does not testify in trial 2, because the things that Richard Green was going to have to say is that he was going to have to agree. This search was recovered from the deleted cache of Miss McCabe's iPhone 11, meaning that Miss McCabe took affirmative steps to delete that Google search from her phone before turning it over to police, clearly evidencing consciousness of guilt. Well, that's how Green saw it, right? He's right. I mean, he's writing out an affidavit for this. At 6:23, he's then saying that this happened simultaneously at 6:23, but Jennifer McCabe makes an outgoing call to her brother-in-law. Jennifer McCabe realized she misspelled her prior search and Google's house long. On January 29th at 12:53 p.m., Jennifer McCabe deletes a screenshot of Brian Albert's contact information, which was saved in her phone as Uncle Brian A, with an identifying description of home number 3. 4 months after O'Keefe's death in May of 2022, Brian Albert rehomes his canine. 2 weeks after the defense publicly accuses Brian Albert of being involved in O'Keefe's murder on October 16th, Brian Albert's brother, Tim Albert, publicly threatens people with this. On November 17th, 2022, mere months after being accused of wrongdoing in open court. By the way, this threat, okay, the only person that was accusing anybody of anything would be Alan Jackson. And so you don't fuck with them. You do, and I won't hesitate to make you the most miserable person. It's a promise. That would be directed towards Alan Jackson, right? Because nobody else is making anything public. Yannetti and Alan Jackson. So I'm just curious, did they go and file a complaint? Because those would be the only people that should have been threatened by this. Because they're the only people accusing the families, right? So I'm just curious, did Alan Jackson go and file and David Yannetti go and file that that this was a threat? And they're not witnesses. So, but they are threatening towards what? On November 17, 2022, mere months after being accused of wrongdoing in open court, Brian Albert put his family home on the market for sale. Exactly 3 months later, on February 17, 2023, Brian Albert liquidates his largest asset by selling his childhood home, which has been in his family. The significant and reliable direct and circumstantial evidence outlined above clearly supports Ms. Reed's long-standing assertions that she is innocent and the McCabes and Alberts are responsible for O'Keefe's death. And I'm just like, whoa. She can be innocent, yeah. The government utterly failed to investigate any suspects other than Ms. Reed in connection with the case. Because the McCabes and the Alberts were never questioned as suspects, the government failed to recover and uncover significant evidence suggesting that they are at fault. Do you guys see why Higgins was left out of this? Because then they're going to try to go to his house in September 2023. The defense quite clearly has a good faith belief that Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe are implicated in O'Keefe's murder. Furthermore, the cell phone evidence that was withheld by the government for more than a year, again, clearly establishes that Jennifer McCabe and her family members have taken affirmative steps to delete and tamper with. What? How do those two equate? So now the Alberts and the McCabes they are the ones that tell when the prosecutor to turn over evidence in discovery. Ms. Reed's constitutional rights require that she be able to obtain evidence that supports her well-founded third-party culpability defense and obtain the critical communications between and among Brian Albert, the witnesses in this case, and the law enforcement officers responsible for investigating this crime. So what I took it upon myself to do is I said, okay, I need to gather every piece of evidence that was available to the defense by April 12th, 2023. And look at the case. And how is it faring for Karen Reed? The actual evidence. So look at this. Attached to Exhibit A are photographs which clearly establish a long-standing, close, familiar relationship between the government's seminal witnesses in this case and the lead detective. A true and correct copy of Trooper Michael Proctor's April 7th, 2022 report memorializing his January 29th. April 7th. It's a long time to wait to write a report. A true and correct copy of Trooper Michael Proctor's April 6th, 2023 report memorializing his at 11:30. A true and correct copy of Michael Proctor's 7th report memorializing his interview with Matthew McCabe. A true copy report. Kathleen Prince's February 1st, 2022 interview with Jennifer McCabe at her residence located. So I said, well, why is he rewriting a true and correct copy of Trooper Kathleen Prince's February 1st, 2022 interview? Where's the word report? The reason this is important for me is when I was going back and doing this, as I said, see how he's saying report? The interview was on the 29th, but he didn't write it up till this time. But look at how, so Kathleen Prince's February 1st, who has nothing to do with anything. This to me always was important because she's writing this right away. And that would be Exhibit E. And he words it differently. A true and correct copy of Sergeant Yuri Buchanan's Trooper Proctor February 7th, 2022 interview. When was that written? As set forth in Trooper Renner's February 4th, 2000 report. February 4th, which is attached here. Trooper Proctor took possession of O'Keefe's cell phone on January 29th, 2022. Do you know that I went through emails and no emails that I've come across so far? Nobody is writing any emails saying, what is the chain of custody on John O'Keefe's cell phone? Don't you think that's crazy? I might have to start putting in my own FOIA requests in this case because nobody's putting in the FOIAs that have anything to do with shit. In terms of really trying to dig. So if you want to dig here, where is the defense asking to see the chain of custody for John's phone? John's phone is the most important piece of evidence, right? Especially their reliance on the fact that it doesn't move after 12:31. So, like, yeah, don't you think that's crazy? I think it's really, really crazy seeing that you're writing it down. This is all for the purpose of what's coming. I think that the civil case is going to show who killed John O'Keefe. No one's ever going to serve a day, in my opinion. But this criminal case or this civil case is going to, I cannot wait to see how these people try to spin this shit. Chris, have you guys seen Chris Matei in action? Aiden Carney is out here losing his load on Chris. Literally out here losing his load and saying that he's going to make Chris his bitch. Motherfucker, I am planting it so far in you right now. I'm rearranging your guts in real time. Yeah. So right there is where I got the information when I told you guys that, hey, look it, this is when everything changed and why Turtle Boy got involved. When they got the mirror image of John O'Keefe's phone, February 8th. And then they were able to see that Julie Albert and John O'Keefe had text messages and they were mentioning Turtle Boy. And it was like, who's Turtle Boy? Who's this person? Oh, this is who the fuck we need. And then it was on. That's right here. That's your money shot. A true and correct copy of Zillow listing for the Albert residence located at 34 Fairview Road. Attached to. Unbeknownst to the defense, he's saying they did not know that Trooper Keefe forensically imaged Jennifer McCabe's iPhone 11 on February 2nd, 2022. When did they become aware? No police reports reference the fact that Miss McCabe's iPhone 11 was forensically imaged on February 2nd, 2022. However, computer forensic expert Richard Green's subsequent analysis of that same forensic image makes clear that law enforcement has had significant exculpatory information in its possession since February 2nd, 2022. Now, this is what's nuts. I went and checked out the text message or then the emails. And it's like to try and spin this and say that, of course, so in the first version of it, it wasn't there. Then it's there. And of course, to say that, look at how the Commonwealth went out and got an expert. That's what you're supposed to do. You go and consult with that all the time. What doesn't ever happen is this part. Alan Jackson reaches out to Hyde and calls her and leaves a voicemail. Doesn't email, calls her and leaves a voicemail. In May of 2023, and then she lets them know that she's like, this is highly unusual. It's usually a deposition. And it is highly unusual. I called 4 people about that. And they said, wait, he just called her? Left a voicemail like, if you can just give me a call back like I called. And she was like going into like a meeting or whatever. And then, yeah, that's... Why was Alan Jackson calling Hyde? Well, they don't have depositions in Boston, though, in Massachusetts. However, computer forensic expert Richard Green's subsequent analysis of that same forensic, which includes evidence that, and it's because of the version, whatever version that he used. Remember, that was different version. Significantly, the existence of this forensic image was not disclosed to the defense and was not produced to the defense in discovery until more than a year later. Instead, Trooper Guerrero conducted his own forensic analysis of the image and prepared an Apple iOS full file system celebrate extraction report on May 31st, 2022 at Trooper Proctor's direction. Although the complete forensic image of Miss Jennifer McCabe's cell phone was withheld from the defense, Trooper Guerrero's full file system extraction report was produced to the defense in discovery on August 12th, 2022. Well, so what do you mean? They gave you that, and then all you would have had to ask for is, well, here we want a full file. Like, what do you mean? They usually are forensically imaged. Like, that's what? You're trying to make this something that it's not. That's the download. So it was downloaded twice. Again, who is this all going on the shoulders of? The investigators. Why wasn't Yannetti? How come before Alan Jackson came on board, why wasn't Yannetti asking for anything? I went back and looked at that, and he was, but like he wasn't. Like I don't know. He just we have motions to compel, and what do you mean? After it was charged with murder, I mean, Liza was the one entering all that stuff in and saying, "Can you treat this as a formal request?" Based on my review of the discovery in this case, I am informed and believe that none of the law enforcement officers who responded to 34 Fairview in the early morning hours observed Brian and Nicole Albert leave their residence. I am further informed and believe that law enforcement never conducted a search of the Alberts' residence and or fenced-in backyard to determine whether there was an event of an altercation. The Commonwealth has produced 2 separate Canton Police Department initial reports. Okay. Judge Cup. That the only source which from the defense can obtain the requested information, namely Brian Albert's communications, Google searches, web browsing history, and data deleted by him during the relevant time period, is by conducting a forensic analysis of his cell phone or cloud-based storage systems. Right there. This is what's going to come out in the civil case, is your cloud-based storage system. You're going to get, these third-party subpoenas for these iCloud-based when you're doing your interrogatories and filling out what's your iTunes account, blah, blah, all that stuff to get all the information. And then you're going to be asking for all of these subpoenas. The power of the pussy, the power of the subpoena. I just want to show you guys Kathleen Prince's. So, Brian stated that he would have welcomed them inside if they arrived, but did not know they were coming over. Brian stated he did not see a vehicle out front of his house, did not know John and Karen were outside, and did not hear any loud noises from the street. Like, no fighting, no nothing. Didn't see a car out there, nothing. That's what's just in that report. Now we go to Kathleen over here. Is this by Prince? No. I think it's E. Okay. This proves to me that the vehicle that Matt McCabe saw couldn't have been Karen Reed's, because if Karen Reed's putting herself in the vehicle of the WaZe app, there was none of this this V wave shape. Matthew said that the tire tracks went from the curb in front of 34 Fairview towards the neighbor across the street and then back towards the curb. The pattern of the tracks were consistent with making a 3-point turn. Matthew said he did not see these tracks prior to the big black SUV arriving outside. Are you sure it wasn't a big black truck? And I will say this, that if you read this, Matthew said that he observed a big black dark SUV parked to the right of the house when looking out from the window. From looking like where he was standing facing out, not looking at the house. And so, the defense tried to make it seem like he didn't know what he was saying. But guess what? This is this is somebody that didn't record a conversation writing what he said. And that's what they were going ham on him for. So then you would apply the same thing with Karen if you want me to do that. And I would apply the same thing to Karen. I would say, okay, then we have a huge problem. But I don't even have to apply it to Karen. I'm going to apply it to Alan Jackson. And Alan Jackson knows how to do math. And so Karen Reed makes calls at 12:33. Alan, how are you explaining the fact that she's at 34 Fairview at 12:33? Do you understand that she's not? Not to be able to be on the Wi-Fi at 12:36. It is humanly impossible. And she said that she made several calls. So you can't even put it that she then you understand that none of those phone calls ever started taking place until she was 3 minutes away from John O'Keefe's residence. How do you square that statement now? Well, my client clearly didn't call her when she was waiting there. Okay, so she's mistaken in that. So she's mistaken in an action that she did, right? She doesn't remember it, right? So then why would you be so certain that she went to 34 Fairview instead of, I don't know, Oakdale? Anyone? Oh, here's Kathleen Prince, but why are we missing this stuff? So why is none of that showing up there? So Kathleen Prince's is, because I'm telling you, she had the best one. There was a coating of about 6 inches of snow on him. Karen threw herself on top of him. He was lying on his back, and his phone was on the ground underneath him. Jen said that she called 911. Why didn't you call Kathleen Prince to the stand? How come she doesn't get phone? How come she doesn't get called in this B? He was lying on his back, and his phone was on the ground underneath him. Well, I thought Alan Jackson said that Jennifer did not leave the car during the 911 call. How would she have ever seen that? Jen said that she called 911. They attended CPR, and that the ambulance and police arrived. Jen said that Karen was very hysterical. She was asking people if she had hit him. Karen was told to sit in a car. Jen went over to Karen. When she was in the car, Jen observed Karen to have blood on her hands and face. Karen was holding her hands up and saying, "I have my period." That comes from Kathleen Prince's. Jen said that she told Karen that was not her blood, that it was John's blood from them doing CPR. Jen also said that while her and Karen were in the back of the car, Karen was yelling and screaming one moment and then the next completely calm the next. Jen said that they prayed the Our Father together. Karen then immediately yelled at Jen 2 times to Google, "How long do you have to be left outside to die from hypothermia?" Jen was unsure if Karen, was brought from the scene by ambulance to the hospital. Jen was asked about what Karen and John were like when they were at the water club. She said that she did not notice them fighting. She has known them to be together as a couple for about 2 years, and to her knowledge, they love each other. She said that she did not think that there were any issues between them. Jen said that the only thing she can think of is once Karen made a comment that if there were not any kids, they would not have anything to fight over. Jen told Karen that was very normal. Jen was asked about their level of intoxication, and she said that they were both drinking but did not appear to be drunk. Do you Page 3 of 3. Trooper Kathleen M. Prince. I don't know why those aren't showing up, these pages. I want to see the I have it here, but like I don't want to go through that shit and find it. Anyways, right here. Proctor was served a subpoena on May 12, 2023 to testify. Then they didn't end up hearing that. May 16th, May 25th, Jessica Hyde was called by Alan Jackson. After calling O'Keefe several times and becoming frustrated with his failure to answer, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going to go back to, okay. Where is, we'll leave it here at this. Karen, that's just that is two experts are going at it, and all they're doing is one expert saying that it was possible to be hit, another expert, so Arca's saying that it wasn't, and the other people were saying that it could. So that's all. She's on the Wi-Fi at 12:36. His phone stops moving at 12:31 and some change. This is what doesn't make sense, Karen, is that Alan Jackson is saying that Karen Reed has claimed her first phone calls at 12:31 a.m. or I'm sorry, at 12:33 a.m. Karen's first phone calls to John. This is a fact. Okay. It is also then have to be a fact because you cannot get there if she's making her first call at 12:33 for John. This is the claim. Karen Reed has always maintained that she dropped off O'Keefe at the Albert residence and waited for him to scope out the residence and make sure that they were at the correct house. Why would you ever think that you were at the wrong house after using WaZe? You wouldn't. Okay? They were at the correct house and weren't imposing. That's because where you dropped him off, it wasn't 34 Fairview. After calling O'Keefe several times and becoming frustrated with his failure to answer or otherwise respond to her, Miss Reed eventually left. Okay. Emily, that's your opinion. That's called your opinion. You can go with that opinion from the expert Arca. Okay. Just like you can go with the opinion, you're going to have expert witnesses testify all the time. I'm choosing to give a lot of consideration to the experts that I talked to back in 2023, who before ever knowing this case were shown John in the hospital with all the marks and said, what does this look like? And these people, very good at what they do, they train FBI people, and they both said a car accident. I said, wow. And these are people that are go-tos with when we want to talk about shit. I said, that's really interesting. So here, let's see what was going on. Right here. At 12, this is Jen McCabe's. I separated here. This is the watch. This is the iPhone. Let's take a look here. Make this bigger. Okay. Do you see how there's this gap here from 12:25 to 12:35? There's this gap. Jennifer's iPhone nor her watch is moving. See that gap? John's phone has a gap from 12:25 to 12:31 of no movement, basically. The 12:21 to 12:24, there's movement, 80 steps, 3 flights. Then it stops for 5 minutes. Okay. During those same 5 minutes where there's no movement, that's half of the time that there's no movement here for Jen. Hers starts at 12:25 and goes until 12:35 and 39 seconds. Then she starts moving at 12:35 and 39 seconds. And during that 10-minute period here, she has 148 steps with her watch. And as you can see, the steps with her phone don't begin until 12:41, which is middle of that 10-minute period. At this 12, 20, and 37 second mark here, when Jen's taking 33 steps in this time frame with her watch, she does not have her phone and it's not moving. See that? Higgins is sending a text that says, you come in here, or where are you, or whatever. You come in here. John never even responds to it. So what I think is interesting in and of itself is that John isn't responding to anybody's text after he gets off the phone with Jen McCabe for the 40, however many seconds that was. The only thing that he ever responds to is to pick up an alleged butt dial at 12:29 from Jen McCabe calling him. That was answered. Okay. And so what's interesting about that is that's at the same time that I believe 12:29, that if you're making calls and whatnot, that those would have started at that time. Okay, then I'm leaving because I am going to have to leave by 12:30 to be able to be on that Wi-Fi by 12:36. But Karen's phone doesn't start making phone calls until 12:33. So why would Karen's phone start making phone calls at 12:33 and not 12, I don't know, 28, 29, 30. What about when his Bluetooth hooks up to what? His phone? No, it's just 12:36. She's on the Wi-Fi. So it's very simple. Let's see what. The answer is Karen Reed couldn't have been calling John at 12:33 and sitting in front of. This works both ways. Okay. Karen couldn't have been sitting in front of 34 Fairview at 12:33 and calling him. It is humanly, physically impossible. So that means that the story isn't right. That means that the story that you're saying that you were sitting out front and you called several times before you left is not accurate. It cannot be correct. Okay? So why would Karen say that she has a recollection of sitting out in front of the house calling if that didn't happen? So basically what you can then say to yourself is that why aren't you then throwing everything out that Karen would ever tell you? Because she doesn't remember the night. It's not in chronological order for her because it's just not accurate. The data tells you it's not accurate. Or can you go ahead and say, well, can we look at the router? Like maybe she didn't connect at 12:36, right? Yeah, I still believe that Karen called John O'Keefe as she was driving home because she got duped into watching the kids alone again. Yeah, but that's not what she says. I'm saying I want to hold people to what they say. And I want to hold Alan Jackson to writing up an affidavit and saying to him, Alan, I have a question for you. Why are you saying that Karen Reed is sitting outside of 34 Fairview calling her boyfriend several times? Well, because that's what I believed, because that's what she told me, right? But then you got the evidence that the Wi-Fi connects at 12:36, which should be, to you guys, it should be like, oh my God, this is even better, right? This is even better. Why is it better? Because you don't go with what your client said. Go get the evidence. So this is even better. But what it would also tell you is that Karen doesn't know what she's talking about, right? It's a false memory. Karen could not have remembered, and it'd be correct that she was making phone calls outside of 34 Fairview at 12:33. It's not possible, right? Perfect. So why could it also be possible, if you want to ask yourself this, is why does Karen never say, oh, hey, John talked to Jen twice. She only references one time. One time. And then after you got this forensic image of Jen's phone on February 8th, you would have then known, right? Because you had John's, that the 12:14 call happened, and then the 12:18 in 52 seconds happened. You're not asking Karen, why did you go? Why are you talking at 12:14 and then talking again at 12:18 and 52 seconds? And then we can all ask ourselves the most important question, which is, why wouldn't Karen have actually called when he got out of the car? If the version of events is that I was sitting in the car alone waiting for him, versus what it actually looks like is that nobody was sitting alone anywhere. Okay. That nobody's sitting alone anywhere. And that from 12:18 and 52 seconds, he gets on the phone with her, meaning Jen. And I mean, why didn't Alan Jackson say, hey, you were on the phone with John for X amount of seconds? What was that? What was it like the first 12 at 12:14? Then at 12:18, what did you guys talk about? Well, because that's hearsay. I don't know. Karen's claiming that she's in the car. Could you hear music? Still hearsay. It to me just makes so much more sense that Jen McCabe is actually doing the right thing, something that I would have done. I'm on the phone with my friend. They said that they're on their way over. Supposedly they got lost, right? And then he had to punch into WaZe. Okay, that shows up. And but then Jen proceeds to say, here, where are you? Hello. She's calling. Jen's text messages to me is what I would expect Karen to be texting to say, like, hello, in a text message to say, hello. Like, think about all the texts that she's writing throughout the whole entire day. Hello. Like, is it cool? Can we come in? Well, come back out and get me because I don't want to go in by myself. You know what I mean? Like, are we good to come in? I would have been starting to call like within like, I don't know, a minute or two of being there. But then you just start realizing that that's just not what happened. Like, none of this situation is what happened. Did Karen fall asleep for like 5 minutes? I mean, in the car, like, I don't know. Did it all just hit her right away? Like all the drinks? I have no idea, but I can just tell you that to sit here and say that Jen McCabe, this is just what's wild for me. That Turtle Boy literally took a microphone and was like, let me tell you that at 12:25, John's phone, he's being thrown downstairs. His ass is being, beat. He's being thrown downstairs. And this is where all these, and he's in the basement now. And this is where all these steps are coming from. I'm like, well, then he clearly doesn't know shit because the only way that you can get these steps is you have to go actually up. Okay. So John then got back up, went up a flight of stairs and again, and just let himself get kicked back down again. And then, repeated that 3 times to get the 3 flights of stairs. Sure. Sounds great. No. And then he says that Jen knew that this was happening. So then she's doing these calls and these texts on purpose. Like, hey, you here? Pull up behind me. And that's when I said, was it pull up behind me or pull in behind me? Because it would matter. It's a where is there room to even do that? If Jen's parked in the driveway, why would she be, And so you go back to this is just absolutely unbelievable. Because as the case pumped more information, and cases are fluid, it's like, why did it never possibly dawn on these people, meaning the defense team, that Karen Reed, look at his goddamn ways. Why are you pumping in the address over here? Why are you all the way over here pumping in an address versus not pumping in the address when you're leaving the waterfall bar at 12:14 and some change? Remember, John says, where to? Karen says, John told me 34 Fairview. Well, I just think that that's hilarious. John telling you 34 Fairview doesn't mean shit. You didn't punch it into your Lexus. You didn't punch it into your phone. And so John telling you 34 Fairview, what does that mean to you? You knew where 34 Fairview, you knew where Fairview was located? Then why is John pumping it in WaZe when you guys are over there on Cedar Crest and you guys actually make another loop around Oakdale? Why would that happen? Why are you entering this over there on Dedham? Right? And then why are we ignoring the biggest white elephant in the room, which is, wow, Higgins texts John at 12:20 and some change, right? But just before that, Higgins was texting Karen Reed and saying, well, when she walks in the door at Waterfall Bar. So he doesn't text her to say, where are you guys? He texts John. And you're trying to go with third-party culpability, but you don't want to mention at all that your client was, I don't know, sexting, kissing, meeting up with behind her boyfriend's back, who you believe was in a fight. You believe his ass was beat. Who actually has a motive there to do that? Higgins. And these amazing lawyers aren't like, our third party culpability here is Higgins, right? Think about this. Hello. Why would some amazing defense attorneys not see 12:20? Why would you ignore that? Why would you act like it's not a big deal? Well, because they believe that it would implicate who? Karen Reed? Well, we know where Higgins went. How about this? Higgins told the police about the sexting, gave him, and they want to make it. You went down there and you only gave them specific text messages, though, right? Yeah, because I'm an ATF agent. The stuff in my phone, I'm not going to subject that. Like, I don't need to do any of that here. This is just what's relevant. If these guys still then think, oh, no, you know what? Once you went ahead and showed us this, we're going to need your whole phone. Why wouldn't it dawn on Alan Jackson that the person here that was being protected would have been Higgins and not over here in La La Land with Albert and Colin and this fight that just never fucking happened. What was Karen Reed doing from, like, literally, what was she doing from 12:24, 12:21 to 12:31? Jen McCabe only takes from 12:23 until 12:35, so 12 minutes. She only takes 5 steps. Do you see that? The time frame 12:23 to 12:35 and 39 seconds. So 12 minutes and 39 seconds. She only takes 5 steps total. And this is from her watch. This is why I can say this with confidence. And out of that 12 minutes and 39 seconds, 10 straight minutes, nothing. That's during the same time frame of when the 12:29 call happens and when Karen Reed's sitting outside, allegedly of 34 Fairview. Yeah. Also, I think that it's interesting that these people are going to sue Karen, knowing when you guys do a civil lawsuit. I mean, you're opening up you have no idea. Like, be prepared. If you ever try to sue somebody and you go to court and it's civil, hello, right? Discovery is insane. So they're going to go do this knowing that everything that they would have wanted in the criminal case, they're going to get here in the civil case. Why the hell would they ever do that? Why would Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, right? So it's Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, Colin Albert, and Brian Albert. Those are the 4 people that are suing and just opening up themselves and, go ham. Why would they all do that? You guys, to then potentially, Karen Reed can't be charged for murder again. That's double jeopardy. These 4 people could. So then you're going to subject yourself to testifying, being deposed, doing all of this shit, and still being able to possibly be charged for a murder? Come on, wake up. When I saw that I was like, okay, if they come out and sue, it's on. It's on because you would never do that if you're guilty. If all of their phone records are going to show all this crazy shit, why the fuck would you ever sue? They can get money. Why would you think they're going to get money? Why would Karen Reed ever settle? She just was acquitted of it. She's not going to settle. She's not going to pay them. She just pulled off one of the biggest potential scams in United States history with Turtle Boy at the helm. Why in the world would Karen Reed or these people think, these witnesses think that Karen Reed's going to say, okay, yeah, here, I'm just going to pay you money? We have to start using our brains. Everything that you were told about this case was a story. It was a bedtime motherfucking story. This has nothing to do about John's parents. John's parents have nothing to do with the fact that Colin Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins sued Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. I believe that Karen Reed should have sued the shit out of the police. What it clearly shows to me is that this investigation, they didn't do one. Look at it, how you can go ahead and make it seem as if Karen Reed's rights were completely violated, right? Blah, 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 blah. I wouldn't include the witnesses. Why would I be going after the witnesses? Why was that even my plan to begin with? Alan Jackson knows better. You have these cops that are changing reports, not witnesses. Abuse, and you must like to be here if you got abused. I said that was your opinion because I like to say things that are opinionated. So, like, in my opinion, blah, blah, blah. But it wasn't proven. You guys, two versions of events. They've got an expert that's saying this. You have an expert that's saying that. The jury, yes, acquitted Karen Reed. Okay, but you can be legally found innocent, found not guilty, and be factually guilty. And the same can hold true for the opposite way. Okay? I just think some things, when you actually look at this and you pull it back and you see exactly what Turtle Boy was doing and that nothing that he said was ever fucking true. Okay? And why anybody would align themselves to the fact that they're continuing to give this man discovery. Okay? So that he can go put this out to the masses, one would have to ask themselves, what the fuck's going on here? That's a different Emily, Lana. Oh, I see Emily. Sorry. I want people to use their brains. I want people to have opinions. And I'm saying it would be, why did the feds ever investigate this case to begin with? Because of Steve Scalman's tip that he never gave? Well, I've never called you a, what was it? I think that Turtle Boy is a I think he's a sociopath. He fucking might be a psychopath. Who the fuck knows? I think he's absolutely, first of all, he's dumb as fuck. He's just so screwed, but I never left you. Why did they need to do that? Exactly. You didn't need to. Why aren't you attacking the investigation? Why are you believing your client when she's telling you that she's sitting out front of 34 Fairview and she's making phone calls? And then you see that she's connected to the Wi-Fi at 1236. And you would know that couldn't have been possible unless she's fucking Superman. So is there a way that the router's off? That router time's off? The other thing that I always thought was the best evidence is that nobody saw a body on the lawn. Nobody saw you guys fighting. Then you have the plow truck driver that's claiming that he didn't see a body on the lawn. And then you have your henchmen go and blast in June 5th, 2023, and produce all of this stuff out there on this man after you find out that he gave what? It's bizarre. It's just bizarre. Dog bites. I already answered that. When I showed the picture to people that I have faith and trust in, and before they knew anything about this case, knew what it was back in 2023, I showed those color pictures of John, all of them, and what was this? Do you remember how they tried to say that his hands being the way that they were from like fighting? That's Alan Jackson saying that. No, that's from like trying to get a vein. Okay. Also, I said, well, if they fought, I said, that's interesting because I went and looked at the DNA reports that came back. Why didn't you ask for more shit to be tested so you could find one of these people's DNA on his clothing somewhere, right? And they're like, well, no, the shirt, it was all so diluted. Well, those blood stains produced, and they were all John's blood. It wasn't ever mixed with anything. If you thought that there was a fight inside that house and you thought so early as within a week of being arrested, right? Then why isn't Yannetti asking for everybody's vehicles to be preserved because there had to be blood in somebody's vehicle? Maybe John's blood got transferred in their vehicle. I mean, they said they thought this in February of 2022. So what did Yannetti do? Because you really want to be on top of it. February, March, April, May, June. She gets then arrested because then they're going to say, you know, well, we're upping it. And then that's when it's like, we need to bring in somebody else. And so in June, supposedly, though, David Yannetti was accusing the Norfolk County prosecutors and Boston police of a massive conspiracy and an apparent cover-up in order to shield off other duty BPD officers. I then went and checked out with all the stuff that we got in these dumps. You know, you can't make up these logs, and unless you could try to say that they were made up. When these people were dispatched to go, like the CERT team, they didn't take pictures, but they did do the Garmin stuff. Let me see here, 336. Let's see. On February 2nd, Trooper and more were canvassing for video footage in relation to this investigation. They proceeded to the Edward J. Lynch Jr. house. Yes. The distance between these two buildings is approximately 1 mile. From the library video, approximately 12:15 a.m., the troopers observed a large black SUV consistent with the defendant's Lexus traveling on Washington Street. So that's there. So that's when I was able to say like that Lexus is definitely en route to go that way. 4 minutes after the victim and the defendant exited the waterfall bar, approximately 12:17 from the temple. Again, they're locating on the camera. I was like, okay. And then they jumped to from the library view video at 5:11. And so the big thing here that they were hiding, right? That they said they were hiding was what time. Why don't we have any library video of her leaving? You know, to show, because it was like, it's going to show that my client's taillight was intact. These are just the things that just weren't there, right? Well, when did David Yannetti ask for that? I don't want to talk about the kids. It's 380. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. A video statement relative to the ongoing harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Please be advised, download, And that was when he puts out this video because the ongoing harassment. Let's go to 400 here. That's okay. So we need to start giving a heads up and props to Laura McLaughlin wrote that and put together that opposition, by the way. So she needs to get that credit. Okay. Now this is what I thought was good. So now this is where stuff's going to be picking up on these emails that I really, really liked. So after he makes the statement that 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night, Liza Little says, hey, we've only received statements to the effect from the following 7 witnesses: Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel. And it's like, and I'm over here like, what is she talking about? This is not accurate. Because guess what? You know you have, what's his name? Ryan Nagel. Ryan Nagel was one of the other people that said that he didn't see anybody go in when he was there. So please immediately provide the names and statements of the 4 witnesses that DA referred to in his statement to the press, which have either been withheld by your office or do not exist. And that would be Caitlin Albert, right? But they knew that she existed because she was in one of the reports. Caitlin Albert, Ryan Nagel, then you have Heather Maxon, and then you have the driver. That's going to be your 11. Mr. Lally, in addition to the 2 emails below to which you have not yet responded, I would like to add 1 additional request for discovery in light of the Commonwealth's official statement. It said that Colin Albert, the young man being vilified, was not present when Reed's vehicle and John O Keefe arrived on the street. That is a false narrative. Liza Little says, please immediately provide any and all information, documentary evidence, and or physical evidence that the Commonwealth has obtained relating to this claim. So like, this is the type of stuff that's awesome. This is the stuff that Liza Little was doing. Yes, give us this claim. Okay, you're saying that he wasn't in there. Well, how do you know? Right? Now, in addition to the requested detail in my August 23rd email below, please accept this email as an informal request for the discovery of the following items. All handwritten notes of law enforcement made in connection with this case. And I'm thinking, what? You guys haven't asked for that? August 23, 2023, you're asking for that? Including witness interview notes, notes regarding the recovery of evidence, and other investigative notes. These notes were ordered preserved in Stoughton District Court on February 2nd, 2022. You guys, this doesn't make any sense that you're waiting this long to ask for this stuff. Reports, photographs, handwritten notes, and mapping documentation of the recovery of the taillight pieces from 34 Fairview Road. For at least 5 of the searches conducted at 34 Fairview Road, we have no reports. No reports. Memorandum notes or other information regarding the recovery of that evidence. The only reason we even know about these additional searches is because the dates of recovery are written on photographs of the bags containing the items of evidence. The raw data associated with the CERT team's mapping of items. Mapping of items of evidence recovered from 34 Fairview Road, such that we can determine the precise location of the items recovered. Now, I see this like a couple different ways, and I'll tell you why. This is just sloppy, okay? These guys are like, you want us to sit out there and collect every single piece, right, at the same time, right? Versus, now think about this, naturally over the course of however long, right, that more stuff would just like turn up. But like, it's like this, for example, you guys. There's a wreck on the road. There's a wreck. There's a car accident. We all have to wait in traffic forever. Why? Well, because they're caring to the people that are in this wreck and they're getting the emergency vehicles over there. Okay. And then they're the life flight away or they're in their ambulance and they go away. Okay, great. And then what do you start to see happening? People start doing what? Trying to clear everything away, right? Move it away so we can keep the flow going, right? Have you ever experienced when you're on the highway, that you've been stopped behind an accident like that and that you've seen yellow tape go up and around and people are there documenting and gathering every single little piece of everything? I've never, ever seen that. Now, I want to now talk about this. What is the difference, truly? Okay, what is the difference if you collect and that you want to put actually into evidence is, hey, whether we collect, I don't know, 5, 6, 8, 9 pieces, right? Or we need to make sure that we get every single one of these pieces, because what does it change? It's there, right? It's there. So my question is why did Massachusetts State Police, just because people are calling and saying, oh, I found more taillight or whatever, like, great, awesome. Like, why did they even take it into evidence? They should be out there being the ones that collect it because it's like their investigation, or it's like it's after the fact, right? And what is it making a difference of here? When stuff would be like exploding and shattering, does it change? What does it truly change? If somebody planted 4 pieces or somebody planted 38 pieces. And what you start to realize is we're going to start making a deal out of something. So when I actually read this, and it was like, for at least 5 of the searches conducted at 34 Fairview Road, we have no reports, memorandums, notes, or other information regarding the recovery of that evidence. The only reason we even know about these additional searches is because the dates of the recovery are written on photographs of the bags containing the items of evidence. The raw data associated with the CERT team's mapping of items of evidence recovered from 34 Fairview Road, such that we can determine the precise location of the items recovered. Well, they didn't take any pictures, but somebody did map it with this geosystem. But then I'm saying to myself, why are you guys asking for this on August? If you believe that there's a cover-up in 2022, why are you asking for this shit in August of 2023? Finally, this is a friendly reminder that we are going to obtain and produce all information, documents, and other evidence regarding any communications between John O Keefe and the Canton Police Department and or any law enforcement agencies, including 911 calls, phone calls, email correspondence, and or police reports. So this is between John O Keefe and the Canton Police Department. Hey, we want this whole supposed, like, John was telling Canton, we got drug dealers out here cleaning up, blah, 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 right? Where is any of that shit? This includes communications between John O Keefe and the detectives referenced by Chief Rafferty. Why are you asking for this in August of 2023 when this is what you thought in March, April, May, June of 2022? This is concerning drug activity in his neighborhood, which she admits was well documented. Where is this shit? Please let us know whether you can produce this by, Business Monday 28th. Mr. Lally, we want to look at these grand jury exhibits. Access to inspect of evidence. So this was sent August 23rd, 2023, and it's because they have a hearing coming up and we want to do all this on September 15th, 2023. You have not viewed the grand jury exhibits? That happened I'm like, okay. Lexus infotainment system. Our expert, and this is where I said, oh, wow, look at this. So our expert would like to meet Trooper Paul. Okay. There is no need for our expert to meet him at the vehicle site because, as you stated in your last email, everything of evidentiary value was already removed from the vehicle pursuant to a warrant. We also anxiously await the PDF of the raw data and a copy of the raw data itself, which was obtained by Trooper Guerrero from the infotainment system. Original death certificate. And so then here we have this response, which is 2 and 3. Pertaining to item samples, well, you guys can just come and see whenever you want the grand jury stuff, he says. 2 and 3, pertaining to items, samples, clothing, and taillight pieces and the taillight housing that are still with the custody of MSP Lab. I have spoken with the lab. So August 18th. This was wrote August 23rd. So this was before that. I spoke to the lab. I've spoken to the lab several times on this issue. Pursuant to their protocols, no evidence will be released. So this is a lab protocol thing, and thus available for your independent analysis and or testing until all of their testing has been completed. Like, we don't do this partial shit. Per their policies, in reference to this or any other case, they do not permit independent testing within their lab. That's normal. Furthermore, an item's evidentiary value need for further testing may not be apparent until a forensic link is made or may not question testing, i.e. there may be no need to go back to the items are believed to be done based on subsequent testing. When they have completed their testing, the items will be picked up from the lab, and you are free to arrange whatever date time is convenient for your counsel and any expert to view, analyze, or swab from any items listed. Or swab. In reference to any samples, blah, 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 blah. Given the DNA testing that was performed with Mr. Lakin present in late July, and the lab is expected to turn around for reports regarding that testing being around September 5th, present on 8/1. With that, I would anticipate being a more similar 6-week turnaround for those. Defense expert access to Lexus. Now, right here. Where is Miss Alvino? That is who Karen Reed originally had. This was her. So the defense expert access to Lexus infotainment and telematics centers, and speaking with Trooper Paul, whom was present with Mr. Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti's expert, Carrie Alvino, during a prior scheduled inspection of the vehicle in May of 2022. So you guys, I was like, why aren't people talking about this? What did Carrie Alvino say in May of 2022? I'm guessing that they did not like what Carrie had to say. Where's Carrie? Maybe she said something good. But Carrie, there was an expert that Mr. Yannetti's expert is the way that it's worded, because this is pre-Alan Jackson. So Mr. Yannetti's expert is Karen Alvino during a prior scheduled inspection of the vehicle in May of 2022, I believe. Ms. Alvino has already imaged the ACM data directly from the vehicle. And so it's like, think about this. Do you think Liza Little was like, what the fuck is this? Hey, Yannetti. Oh, yeah. Regardless, the infotainment was pulled from the vehicle pursuant to a search warrant, specifically the radio head unit where the infotainment is stored. However, there is not currently a way to recover that information or any programs that can parse the data. Trooper Guerrero was able to plug into the OBD port, but the data was essentially in binary code with ones and zeros when parsed through the Burla. The make and model is not currently supported by Burla, and we are awaiting an update in the Burla software, who in turn is awaiting an update from the manufacturer. And I'm like, interesting. The remaining items are available to download from the vehicle. I can arrange for you to complete. Copy of the OCME's original death certificate. I'm still perplexed, he says, on this request, and would ask for some further clarity. I've spoken with the OCME and neither of us have any idea what you mean. From the OCME file previously provided in discovery, there are 2 death certificates, one pending and one with the finalized cause and manner. And then you have the certified copy from the Registry of Vital Statistics. Death certificates are not done manually, but rather electronically. I simply have no idea what leads you to believe the death certificate was amended from original copy. Please advise. And I'm over here like, yeah, okay. Reports regarding Mr. O'Keefe's clothing for submission to UC Davis, those were previously provided in discovery and resent as an email attachment on August 16th. Okay. So he's like, request of clothing that has been done per earlier email today. Copy of the correspondence between you and Paul. Okay. August 16th. Hi, Adam. We want to view the exhibits you were presented to the grand jury. Given the high profile nature of this case, I would make most sense to view those at your office. Again, this goes backwards. Okay. Dear Mr. Lally, first, as you know, on October 5th, 2022, the court ordered that the defense be permitted to view the exhibits presented to the grand jury. Yes. Okay, that was that. These are all just going backwards. Nick is finishing up his report now. All my supporting stuff is on Adam's duster. Okay. This is all. Last number I have is Proctor's for Colin Albert, which is report 68. I know I have a 66, but not sure about a 67 because they're trying to figure out, because they're doing discovery. Adam, what is the last report number for MSP reports that you have? So in August of 2023, 28th to be exact, there were, Massachusetts State Police had 68 reports. And so I was trying to pay attention to when Adam Lally got a request, how soon he got it over to whoever. Well, Eliza Little sent it on August 28th, 2023 at 2:02 p.m. And then here's Adam Lally at 3:21 p.m. Hi, Brian. Please see below for the latest request from counsel, primarily from your unit. I'm just looking for the follow-up interview reports and any handwritten notes from your detectives. And that other report from Nick that he and I spoke about in regard to the burla and telematics and detailing all the steps he had taken and persons he spoke to in regards to attempting to get the data. Okay. Now I want to go back to the beginning here. And when it was just David Yannetti. Okay, so you can see here, we can even go back further, I guess. Let's go back to, let's just fucking do 2. Fuck it. All right. Karen and John, David Yannetti, to me, Dorian, comma. Like, what is this? This data is commonly obtained in cases such as this, why they are reluctant. In this case, why wouldn't the afraid of, we have undercovered the blah, blah, the case, state police should close friends with da. So look at what this guy does. David Yannetti writes this man, and I just don't know, he just doesn't know how to like. But on Tuesday, June 14th, he then gives it to David Trobe, who is at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Just confirmed that she made bail the next day of arraignment and entered a plea of not guilty. He's like, here, Can you also please confirm that Miss Reed has been released on $100,000 bail pending trial? I also see reports now that she pleaded not guilty. And it's like, so David Yannetti reaches out. I want everybody to understand this. David Yannetti reaches out to NBC. Thought you might want to see this for yourself. Thank you, David. I just spoke with Reed's lawyer, David Yannetti. He's accusing Norfolk County District. And this is this media guy saying, I'm attaching screenshots of his correspondence. Please formally respond to these allegations if you're able. So David Yannetti goes to this NBC media reporter, Dorian. Then Dorian's like, okay, well, I'm going to give them a chance to talk. And so he lays this all out. Yannetti, this is like in an email, and provides this to him. And then look at this. Rockefeller Plaza, New York, New York. Where's the local media? So on Tuesday, June 14th, 2022 at 12:38 p.m. Good afternoon, Ms. Trobe. I hope this message finds you well. My name is Dorian. I'm a national crime reporter with NBC's UniversalOxygen.com in New York. We connected in February when I was writing a story about Karen Reed, who has since been indicted this month in death of her boyfriend and Boston police officer. In order to accurately report my story, I'm writing the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to request the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office press release related to the announcement of Ms. Reed's indictment, a copy of the indictment. When is Ms. Reed due back in court? Has she entered a formal plea? Is David Yannetti still her current attorney? A comment/statement from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office regarding Ms. Reed's indictment. My deadline is 4 p.m. Okay. Urgent. Please see below. David, FYI, below, you may hear from this writer, Dave. So, boom, boom. So he shares it. And he says, number one is Mr. David Yannetti, Karen Reed's attorney, has accused Mass State Police of a massive cover-up into the investigation into O'Keefe's death that is being perpetrated by prosecutors in conjunction with Mass State Police. Specifically, Yannetti has raised a possible conflict of interest issue that State Police Trooper Michael Proctor, the lead detective on this case, is close personal friends of the homeowner at the crime scene of O'Keefe's death, who is also a Boston police officer. He's also accused Norfolk District prosecutors of withholding potentially exculpatory geodata evidence that he says could implicate others, including Boston police officers, plural, who were at the scene. He's also accused police of tampering with Reed's vehicle's taillight. These, of course, are quite serious allegations. I'm giving the Mass State Police an opportunity to respond here. Please respond with a formal statement. Hi. Then it goes to October 7th. Hi, no luck on this so far since whatever. And it was in response to this request, which is, I guess the strategic planning is who you would want to contact. They're trying to find access to something that's being requested. I take that back. One more requested item. Not sure if you can get this. We post a calendar because they want to know how Proctor got on the case. We post a calendar of who is on call for death calls. Are you able to retrieve that calendar from January of 2022? I just forwarded you the HHQ Rams log for 1/28/2022 and 1/29, which I received from Lieutenant. Please let me know if there's anything else. So this Allison Hayes basically gets that information. Here you go. ADA Adam Lally has been served with a defense motion in regards to Commonwealth vs. Karen Reed out of Norfolk County Superior Court. The motion is regarding documents related to the assignment of the lead case officer in death cases involving Norfolk SPDU. In light of that respect, I am seeking the following documents that are responsive to the defense's motion. So they wanted boom, boom, boom. And she gave it to. And it was like, okay, October 3rd. She gets back to him October 5th. October 7th, though. Attached, please find the defendant's motion for the circumstances of Proctor's assignment. So then he, Adam Lally, he gets it within 2 days, gives it to Tully. The email was sent from this. So you're going to have like the date that they would have had that on. And now I was like, okay. Argued will provide written policies and protocols in any documents. Okay, so basically Bev. So this is what they wanted. Defendant's motion for discovery regarding the circumstances of Massachusetts State Trooper Michael D. Proctor's assignment to the investigation of this matter. So which agency first notified the Massachusetts State Police about the investigation into the death of John O Keefe? Which representative and or office of that agency first notified the Massachusetts State Police about the investigation into the death of John O Keefe? Boom. Which representative? What time and date was the representative? All this shit. In what manner was Massachusetts State informed? As of January 29th, what procedures were in effect? As of January 29th, what written policies? As of January 29th, if no written policies and or procedures were in fact pertaining to the case assignment. All the stuff, right? In what manner was Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael D. Proctor first informed that he was assigned to participate in the investigation into the death of John O Keefe? When Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael D. Proctor was assigned. So I'm thinking to myself over here, I'm like, why are they jumping right to the Massachusetts State Police, right? On September 15, 2022. Now think about this. Alan Jackson's already involved. When are you going to start going for the Canton stuff? So September 15th is when that gets filed, 2022. And then just David signs that this is an affidavit. Like, I'm just submitting with it. Also, please find attached another discovery motion he's filed for this discovery request. This is for a motion to compel all documents related to chain of custody and or the logging of evidence prepared by the law enforcement in connection with this case, including but not limited to evidence obtained by the Canton Police Department and or the Massachusetts State Police. Perfect. So chain of custody, let's go. They asked for it here, so then when did they give it? All 911, all call logs, tapes. So this is a motion to compel. This would mean that they don't have it. Why are you just filing a motion to compel any of this shit? As late as, like, look at all this stuff when we go through it. Hang tight. I'm going to print these pages. I'm just curious of this date. September 15th, 2022. September 15th, 2022. A motion to compel. Again, after the involvement of... So let's go and see what they're basically trying to say they don't have. They didn't have any of the chain of custody of logs of any of evidence. The 911 call logs and dispatch records for this incident. They didn't have that. All call logs, tapes, and complete recordings of 911 calls related to the incident, including complete all crime scene photographs and or video taken in connection with this case, including but not limited to the photographs documenting the purported recovery of pieces of white and red plastic outside the residence. Photographs of all physical evidence, all communications between and among any law enforcement agents from the Canton Police Department. And they just are with, including but not limited to Brian's, with all these people. All communications between Trooper Proctor and any of the pursuant witnesses in this case, including an element to Brian Albert. What? This should include all records of all calls, text messages, emails, and or messages sent between and among these individuals through any applications. Now, why did you go away from Canton Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz? All communications between Canton Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz and any of the witnesses in this case, including an element to Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, all these. All communications between Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully and any of the witnesses. These items were reportedly placed on a flash drive by State Police Trooper Michael D. Proctor and turned over to the Defense Counsel on June 10th. According to the Commonwealth Notice of Discovery 1, the flash drive was supported to contain 127 items of discovery. Item 18, copy of the Canton Police Department scene photographs, 18 pages. And item 19, copy of supplemental Canton Police Department scene photos from 2 pages. However, upon downloading the items of evidence from the flash drive, evidence item numbers 18 and 19 were missing. Trooper Proctor's so the Canton stuff's missing. So Trooper Proctor didn't have the Canton copy of the Canton Police Department scene photos, and item 19, copy of supplemental Canton Police Department scene photos. However, upon all other items of discovery were produced as described in the Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery 1. Thus, to date, the defense still does not have critical crime scene photos documenting the evidence that was supposedly recovered in connection with this case. Yeah, they're hiding the picture of showing that of the shoe not being there. That's what I think. And who's hiding that? Goddamn Canton Police. Not these witnesses. All communication between and among any law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police on the one hand, and any law enforcement agency from the Canton Police Department on the other hand between present day. So they want any communication. A complete set of exhibits presented to the grand jury in this case. So you're asking to see the grand jury exhibits presented in this case, and you still didn't make time to go see them. It had been like a whole year because you didn't view them until September of 2023, but you asked for them. And it was not because Adam Lally wasn't given. You just had to go down and view them. A copy of all Ring video surveillance footage stored on Mr. O'Keefe's device. A copy of any receipts obtained from C.F. McCarthy's. Written confirmation from law enforcement as to whether the digital stamps on photographs taken in connection with this case are accurate and correct. Identification of the unnamed female witness described as one of Brian Albert Jr.'s girlfriends who was present. Who was present at the Albert's residence located at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th. At the grand jury, Brian Higgins testified that Brian Albert Jr. was home with 2 girlfriends that night celebrating his birthday. One of the girls was subsequently identified as Judy Nagel. Guess what? Brian Higgins, according to Sarah Levinson, was there at the house, and it's in a report, before they went to leave for the waterfall bar, or before they went out. And she said that Mr. Albert and his friend and Nicole left and went to the bars. And I'm just like, whoa. And it's like, Turtle Boy was too busy with let's go blast her in her fucking nursing license versus to see the big picture here, which was Brian Higgins is being alleged to have been inside that home and at that house before going out and about. How are you missing that? Well, because they're so fucking tunnel vision. Like, that's the biggest thing that's Sarah Levinson brought to the table, which was saying that she saw Brian Albert and his friend and Nicole leave to go out that night. And then she says that, and then they returned, and it was the same friend that she saw. So Higgins never says that he went to that house beforehand. And then that's when I said, this is what makes sense to me, is why Higgins is saying, like, to come on, to John, come on, let's go. It's because he had no choice but to leave when Alberts was leaving, because he drove with him. But I don't know why that would be such a big deal to say that, you know, whatever. Why would it be a big deal to say that you drove there together? The defendant is requesting that this court order. Okay, great. Then affidavit of counsel in support of defendant motion to compel discovery. Then he just has to write that. So he's signing that, and then, okay. They do that. CERT did not take any photographs of the items removed. Thank you. So Kevin, look at that, January 10th, 2023. And Adam Lally gets it to him. He gets right back to him. Okay. Hello, I received a request from the defense attorney related to any and all photographs taken of items recovered in search of the snowbanks in this case, including any metadata from the photos. Kevin, this is the search in the now in the Canton 129. I don't believe CERT took any photographs, but just wanted to confirm. Then here we go with the April 12th, 2023. And then this is when she's like, here, you guys can have our filed motion. And it was like, okay, let's get past all of this crap. It's a lot of pages. Oh, here we go. Now, I want to laugh my ass off with you guys. Late last night, I was like, I got to look into this shit because this is fucking hilarious. So on the same day that Michael Proctor is issued a subpoena to testify at this upcoming evidentiary hearing that gets canceled, but attached is the version with Michael's latest minor changes. Oh, wait, hold on. Good morning. I want to keep you updated on the progress of the Karen Reed case. We are gathering everything that is needed for the May 25th evidentiary hearing. We have retained an outside digital expert to review the phone data of Jennifer McCabe and support Trooper Guerrero's findings that the Google search of House on a Dime in the Cold occurred at 6:30 and not 2:35 as the defense alleges. With help of Major Cobra, the lab is rushing the process of O'Keefe's sweatshirt. Okay, bum, bum, bum. But Sergeant Buchanan did not see any large tears or evidence of a dog bite. A close examination of the lab will hopefully yield that. The lab produced a criminal justice report taillight cover. The lab produced a criminal justice report regarding the pieces of taillight that were recovered from the scene. The finding of the report is the pieces fit together and fit into the remainder of the taillight that was removed from Miss Reed's vehicle after it was seized. The taint team process of Miss Reed's phone is moving along. Right here. The taint team process of Miss Reed's phone is moving along. Chris Kelly's team at the AGO has the data and is working on it. That's Karen Reed's. So there was a taint team for Karen Reed. And this is why it's so interesting that people want to like not go for certain emails, which I just put in a public request to get any email that belongs to Chris Kelly. Because what this tells me is that they did not have Karen Reed's phone yet because it had to go through the taint team. So think about the Jose Baez case I work on. When he has removed the privileged material, it goes to Attorney Yannetti before it gets to us. I would bet Yannetti will stall on approving it, but luckily we are back in court in a few weeks to make an argument to the judge. So Karen Reed's phone. It's very interesting to me that if you look at the dates of this stuff, they don't even have Karen Reed's phone. And the date of this is in what is it, August? I'm sorry, May. Then Turtle Boy writes. Turtle Boy says, I am contacting you on behalf of Turtle Boy Daily News to inquire about the following questions regarding Detective Michael Proctor of the Massachusetts State Police. Now, what would be the odds that Turtle Boy writes his letter on May 16th, 2023, and that on May, where is it? There we go. Oh, would you see? Would you look at that? It's like Turtle Boy knew who got a subpoena. Trooper Proctor. Do the state police have a policy about detectives or troopers investigating crimes in which they are family or friends with at least one party involved? Who decides which detectives will be assigned to each case? How did Michael Proctor get chosen to investigate the death of John O Keefe on January 29, 2022? Was Michael Proctor off duty when he began investigating the O'Keefe murder in Canton? Are the state police aware of allegations made against Proctor in the case of Commonwealth vs. Karen Reed that he lied about not knowing the McCabe and Albert families of Canton? Are the state police aware that Proctor misspelled the names of at least 4 witnesses in an official murder investigation report? Will the state police be correcting these mistakes? Have the state police investigated whether or not these were accidents, a huge coincidence, or intentional misspellings? Are the state police investigating discrepancies between Proctor's report that he towed Karen Reed's car from her parents' home in Dighton at 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2002, he said, and video footage showing the car being towed at 4:12? Are the state police concerned that Proctor's lack of credibility in the Karen Reed case will affect the Commonwealth's case against Brian Walsh? Already planting that seed that we're going to go ahead and, like, that's the way of, like, hey, this is going to be bad. FYI. And then he says, hi, David, please see Turtle Boy inquiry below. In my response, thanks. He says, we cannot comment on inquiries related to this or any other case that is the subject of an ongoing criminal prosecution. Then, and I want to laugh here. So let's take a look here. This is they list this, the time of the crime at 12:15 off of this MSP Norfolk Detectives thing right here. 12:15. It's interesting to me. Right there, 12:15. And this is his report. So the weather, all that stuff. This is what's his name. Trooper Paul. But let's go to the funny shit that I saw. Because I'm gonna close this out. And the funny shit I saw was should be right after this. Oh yeah, this is all the stuff that. So they end up getting all this material that says if somebody stopped, the duration they were there, and this was all the CERT team shit. And so when I saw that they were able to obtain this, so the MSP emergency response team, there's communication at 3:48. There's communication before that, 2:17, or I'm sorry, 4:17. And so it goes on this list. Anyways, 4:56. Oh, okay, here. September 19th, 2023. Jan Davis, good morning. I hope whoever is reading this today finds you well. I'm a retired public educator who has been following the Karen Reed case. Please keep reading. I am not a conspiracy theorist. I am not a conspiracy theorist, goddammit. Please keep reading. Okay? Okay, girl, we'll keep reading. She says, I am just a teacher who was trained at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University to teach media literacy at the high school level. Yesterday, the gentleman who calls himself Turtle Boy had another post and video of him harassing an employee of D&E Subs owned by Canton Select person Chris Albert. The young man, like many of us in Canton, lashed out verbally to him using inappropriate language. TB continued to harass him, continuing to film the verbal altercation with his cell phone. This incident is a violation of blank. Harassment with a via, I felt you should know. Prior to this incident, his followers verbally harassed me, a senior citizen, age 74, as I walked home from the train station to my apartment. September 15th, 2023, as they sat in front of the same business location. I was coming home from a doctor's appointment as I am physically very ill. I posted the video publicly on my Facebook profile. It has since been taken down. However, the link to the video is still on the post and can be retrieved Facebook using on the post or links to no stories, what he's doing. Please remove this gentleman and his followers from Canton. Just remove the trash. They should not be allowed to video or record with their electronic devices citizens of the town with intent to libel, harass, or intimidate for fun. God bless her. Have a nice day, she says. Oh my God. Oh my God. So here, they got all this digital data that they wanted. September 8th of 2023, the Garmin, Lewis using a handheld Garmin. The data was then uploaded to our mapping software and shown in the maps previously provided. As standing operating procedure, previous tracks and waypoints are cleared prior to any new search so that the data is no longer on his GPS. We can provide the GPS for inspection if needed. I could also provide a GPX or KML file of the data from our mapping software, which will need to be viewed in a mapping program. If uploaded properly by the receiving party, it can be sent as an attachment. So they're doing all this stuff to get the raw data. And I was like, okay, great. Then I was like, I wanted to laugh some more. Oh God. Okay, so okay. Adam Lally gets one hell of a message. And I was like, oh my God, poor thing. Oh, was it after this? Fuck. 560 here. Okay. Before I show you that, facts relating to Trooper Proctor's false statement and material omissions. For example, on February 3rd, 2022, Trooper Proctor claimed that he spoke with Town of Canton employee Michael Trotta, who told him that no snowplows were dispatched to the area of 34 Fairview on the night in question. Michael assists with cooperating plow and sanding trucks during storms. Michael stated Canton uses town equipment to treat. Okay, that's his little thing. This statement is patently false. Defense investigator Paul Makowski independently spoke with Michael Trotta by telephone on February 14th, 2022, regarding whether any snowplow drivers plowed the roadway adjacent to Brian Albert's home on January 29th, 2022. Exhibit K, Affidavit Paul. During that conversation, Mr. Trotta instructed Mr. Makowski to contact Bill Walsh, the highway department supervisor, regarding plow routes on the night in question, because Mr. Walsh was responsible for dealing with day-to-day operations and dispatch. On February 15, 2022, Mr. Makowski interviewed Bill Walsh, operations manager of the Canton Police Department, of the Canton Department of Public Works, I think it's Works, but Words, who reported that plow driver Brian Lucky Loughran was dispatched to plow the roadway adjacent to 34 Fairview. He was adjacent to 34 Fairview Road in early morning of January 29th. Clearly, Trooper Proctor did not want the defense to locate exculpatory witness Lucky Loughran. On February 15, 2022, defense investigator Paul met and interviewed Mr. Loughran. During that interview, Mr. Loughran explained that he has been the person responsible for plowing the area that includes 34 Fairview Road for 3 years. According to Mr. Loughran, he arrived at the DPW yard at 2 a.m. on January 29th and left the yard in his snow plow truck at 2:15. He indicated that his route took him down Fairview Road, with 34 Fairview Road, Brian Albert's residence, located on his left, as he plowed toward Cedar Crest Road during his first pass. Mr. Loughran indicated that he made 2 or 3 passes down Fairview Road on the early morning of January 29, 2022, and had good visibility from the truck cab because it was not snowing very heavily when he first started shift. Mr. Loughran repeatedly stated that if there was a body in front of 34 Fairview Road, then he absolutely would have seen it. In a separate statement, Mr. Loughran acknowledged that he was also interviewed by investigators from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who indicated to him that GPS data from the plow trucks established that he passed 34 Fairview Road at 2:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022. In a separate statement, Turtle Boy oh my fucking God. Turtle Boy strikes again in their motions. As set forth in Mr. Makowski's affidavit, Mr. Lucky Loughran was also asked if he recalled anything unusual at 34 Fairview Road during his early morning shift. Mr. Loughran indicated that sometime between 3:30 a.m. and 4 a.m., when he was plowing Cedar Crest Road, he looked toward Fairview Road and observed a Ford Edge parked on the right side of the street in front of 34 Fairview Road. He indicated the vehicle's lights were off and he could not see whether anyone was inside. When asked why the Ford Edge stood out to him, he explained that he was surprised to see that a vehicle had parked in front of the residence because it was after 3:30 a.m. It was snowing and he hadn't seen any other moving or parked vehicles on that road during his prior passes through the area. That is exactly opposite of what the fuck he said in trial and in his interview with Proctor. Mr. Loughran further indicated that he did not want to plow in the Ford Edge. So he continued driving down Cedar Crest rather than turning onto Fairview Road as he had planned. What? Okay. Now we have to listen to Lucky's shit again. Hold on. This is Tina with the Fuck Transition Services. God, what the fuck is going on? These people are insane.
To the best of your knowledge?
No.
Okay. When you stopped and were not able to take a left onto Fairview on Cedar Crest that early morning of the 29th of September, what were the weather conditions at that point?
Snowing very heavily.
Very heavily. When would you say the snow became very heavy?
I would say around 4:35. That's.
When you observed the Ford Edge, was it accumulating snow on top of it? Was it covered?
No, it was not.
It was not.
It was not. If it had maybe an inch or two at the time, if that.
The last time you saw the Ford Edge there, had it accumulated any snow on top of it?
No.
Did you see where the Ford Edge went to after it left the front of
No.
Fairview?
No.
You didn't see it in the driveway, in the neighbor's driveway?
Have it removed. There wasn't a lot of snow.
Away from the vehicle, Chapman on Cedar Crest, on Fairview, and it's to the left of the front door?
Correct.
Or to the left of the driveway?
It was to the left of the driveway. The door.
Describe to us, was that your assigned route for that evening?
Crest, so it's everything from Kings Road. Correct.
What kind of vehicle was it?
It is an international. It is
In each direction, or how does?
And the subcontractors,
just two.
a subcontractor will be assigned to essentially help you out in your.
With that area, it being January, is there?
Removal of snow. Then we call in the.
Do you remember any obstructions that you had to call in the police? Do you recall what kind of vehicle it was?
Ford Edge.
Snow for you that day? Obstructions that you had to call in the police for that was obstructing the removal of snow for you that day?
There was a vehicle there around 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning in front of 34 Fairview.
Oh, there was a vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall what kind of vehicle it was?
Ford Edge.
Ford Edge?
Yes.
And where along the property do you remember it to be parked?
It was parked looking at the front door. It was to the left of the front door.
So it was on the street?
Correct.
It was on the street. Which way was it facing? Towards Cedar Crest or Chapman?
Chapman.
So it's parked towards Chapman on on Fairview, and it's to the left of the front door?
Correct.
Or to the left of the driveway?
It was to the left of the driveway. The door is to the left of the driveway too.
Okay, how many spots remember it being parked that day or that night?
It would say it was probably 4 or 5 spots from that I recognize. I don't
Was the
remember.
vehicle running?
No.
Did you notice footprints in the snow around the vehicle before you towards the property, towards the drove?
Yes.
Remember if you saw that, something like that?
Yes.
Did you have to call Canton PD to have that vehicle removed, or have them knock on the door to get the vehicle removed, or did you kind of on your second swipe, did you have to notify Camp PD to get the vehicle removed?
No,
Was the vehicle removed for any reason while you were plowing that day?
not that I'm aware of by any other sources other than them driving it away.
Okay.
Was that the only time you saw the Ford Edge? So on your second pass,
But it was there for a significant period of time. It was there for at least an hour into the storm. It wasn't enough that it required me to have it removed. There wasn't a lot of snow on the ground at that time, and I could just go around it. And
Jesus Christ. And I could just go around it.
And as you plow, which direction is your blade facing and you're removing the snow as you come down the street? Like you described the routes for us, you going on Fairview. Can you tell us how you operate, maneuver, position the plow?
plows always ring road to the right.
Ring road to the right.
Always
So,
right.
and do you go with the traffic that you normally naturally would as you plow the roadway, or do you go the opposite way and then clean it up out of the middle?
Normally, I will follow the traffic rules and if we need to push back, I will go against the traffic.
Okay. That day, that night, did you have to push back and go against the traffic at any point, or was it a typical pattern?
Typical pattern.
Okay. Did you see anything out of the ordinary that day outside of the vehicle being parked there and obstructing your initial passes?
No.
No. Obviously, you've been asked about this before, so it's not a secret why I'm asking you these questions. If you did see a body in the roadway or on the side of the road, would you call it in?
Absolutely.
But that day you didn't see anything suspicious?
No.
Does that mean that there was definitely no body there, or do you think it might have been obstructed by something if you were driving by, or what's your understanding of it?
I saw no body. My truck is high enough with the lights that I would have seen a body. I can't answer to say if there was something obstructing me. I didn't see anything obstructing me.
That's good. Go ahead. Sorry.
okay.
So you obviously are aware that there's a publication about an interview, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who published that interview? Do you know?
I believe it's Aiden.
In video. When was the last time you spoke to Aiden?
It was Monday.
Monday or Tuesday?
It was Monday.
This is all fucking crazy. Jesus. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. He looked towards Fairview Road and observed a Ford Edge parked on the right side of the street in front of 34 Fairview Road. He indicated that the vehicle's lights were off and he could not see whether anyone was inside. When asked why the Ford Edge stood out to him, he explained that he was surprised to see a vehicle had parked in front of the residence because it was after 3:30 a.m. It was snowing and he hadn't seen any other moving or parked vehicles on that road during his prior passes through the area. Mr. Lachlan further indicated that he did not want to plow in the Ford Edge. So he continued driving down Cedar Crest. That is not what he said. We just listened to it. He said that it was not a problem because he didn't think that he could he could go around it. There wasn't enough snow to plow. He wasn't going to plow anybody in. So he didn't, it was fine. He didn't have to call it in. So that's where I'm confused. Mr. Lachlan further indicated that he did not want to, this is from the investigators, defense team, plow in the Ford Edge. So he continued He continued driving down Cedar Crest rather than turning onto Fairview Road as he had planned. Mr. Loughlin indicated that he did not pass by 34 Fairview Road again after seeing the Ford Edge until sometime after 6:30 a.m. on January 29th, at which point emergency vehicles had already left the area. Well, we know none of this is correct. This has to be way later than 6:30 a.m. because the emergency vehicles are all there. Thus, Mr. Loughlin is unequivocal that O'Keefe's body was not lying in Brian Albert's front yard when Mr. Loughlin passed by 34 Fairview Road at least 2 times between 2:15 a.m. and 3:30 a.m. The only thing that I think that contradicts this all is when he says that for fuck's sake. I'm not confused about that, about people lying. I'm over here fucking outing the lies. I'm saying though here where this is what I'm pointing to where they were able to get the feds to investigate, and they used Lucky to get the feds to investigate, in my opinion. They used this whole plow situation to get the feds involved. Because why isn't anybody looking into FOIAing emails that went to the AG's office or emails that went, I mean, how do you get the feds to just, hey, come in here and look at this? And then they don't. So what did Ninetti do? Who called in what? It is hard to imagine a more exculpatory statement. Mr. O'Keefe, bleeding and injured, body sprawled on the lawn near the street, would have been an obvious display if Miss Reed struck him. Well, if he's saying that he goes with the flow of traffic, that means his first pass down Fairview has to be on the right. He's on the right-hand side. Okay. And if he ring rows right, then he's going to be then turning right on Cedar Crest, right? And then so his next pass by, you'd be then coming and being on the right hand side. And if his first, but then the question should be is why, when the feds investigated and asked him questions, did he say that he got to work at midnight? Like, what the fuck? Didn't all the aspects go into the decision to the FBI to investigate? But they don't investigate murders. That's not what they do. Lucky Loughran drove his DPW issued brightly lighted snowplow past 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022. Multiple times between now 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Multiple times before any snow had accumulated. What? That's not true at all. And O'Keefe's body was not there. But to be clear, Mr. Loughran consistently reiterated to law enforcement that if O'Keefe had been lying unresponsive in Brian Albert's front yard, then he would have seen it. And I'm over here saying, well, no, he wouldn't have, because if there was a Ford Edge parked in front of it, like why would he see it? But he's saying that his first times going down the street, first 2 times, that but he's not making any sense. Why did he tell the feds that he got there at midnight? He's like, I didn't. So then the feds got that wrong. You know? Also, we all know that we have plow trucks, so we salt. They're talking about sanding. We salt here in Ohio. To be clear, Mr. Brian consistently reiterated to law enforcement that if O'Keefe had been unresponsive, he would have seen it. So then why did Aiden Carney need to come out and write the biggest lie ever and say that sources said that that Brian Albert, after the McCabe's left, called Lucky up on the phone and said, hey, make sure you plow my fucking street. In his June 5th, 2023 article, like an idiot. And that's when he was harassing Lucky and putting out all of his court papers like a complete idiot. He was the one threatening Lucky. I thought Lucky was getting cold feet and blah, blah. It's like, no, you didn't. He talked to the feds. What the fuck are you talking about? He's dodging Yannetti. He's not doing this. What are you talking about? He talked to the feds in May. You just didn't like what he said. What did you think? That he said he gave different counts on purpose? So you thought, oh, I'll threaten him, but I'm also going to put the secret out that, oh, Lucky's the one that told the feds that Brian called me or something like that. I didn't even, like, what? How ridiculous. I mean, what an idiot this man is. He just lies. Everything he says is lies. Anyways, but notably, a Ford Edge was parked directly in front of where O'Keefe's body was found after approximately 3:30 a.m. that morning. You know what I can't believe? You know what makes no sense to me? Is that this guy would allow he didn't come forward. He didn't come forward when this happened on January 29th. He didn't read about this and say, wait a second. I need to go to the police. I have information. Hey, I was plowing that night and I didn't see a body, but I did see because think about this. Let's say that Lucky, he would have no idea what type of vehicle, Karen Reed drove. So Lucky, for all he saw, is, oh my God, and he would have no idea what time this occurred. And oh my God, I'm an eyewitness to the fucking hit and run because I saw a Ford Edge parked there, like outside of 34 Fairview at 3, because Lucky, by all counts, he's thinking that, oh my God, I can actually help them. So think about that. So Lucky here, I'm just saying, you see the news, you have this information that, oh my God, outside that house that night, I saw this Ford Edge. It was at this time. And I just want you guys to know, I don't know if it helps or hurts. So, because it's just the truth. So just think about that. That's something that I always thought was interesting, is that so early on, as within 2 weeks, Karen Reed's investigator and David Yannetti go and talk to Lucky. He always said it was 2 people. He always said investigators. Who was the other person? David Yannetti. And then they went on this little traveling field trip, take me, drive me your route. And so that happened within 2 weeks. And you're going to sit here and say, why didn't the investigator ask Lucky, why haven't you gone to the police with this information? How would he know that he'd be throwing the Alberts under the bus? The whole point is that you would be thinking that that's the person's car that you saw would be belonging to Karen. And then the other thing would be is, why wouldn't you ask, hey, Lucky, can we get a copy of your phone records? And has anybody, just to see who's called him? Why in this whole thing have they not, if they're going out here going for third parties and trying to get people's phone records and shit like that, why didn't they never ask for Lucky's phone records? Especially if Lucky talked to them to say, hey, would you be willing to give us your phone records just to see who's been calling you? Is anybody trying to threaten you? Has anybody tried to contact you since all this happened? I'm just saying, if you're Karen Reed's investigator, what Lucky supposedly just gave you literally could save your life, right? You don't record it. You don't say, like, we need to get all this recorded. Like, will you sign up? You're not getting all of that out of this person right then and there. You're not begging this person to come forward and tell them what you know. And then so what'd they do? We're going to call the feds because did Lucky say there's no way that I can come forward, blah, blah. Like, I would love to see what the feds asked him, because that would be something the feds would investigate as witness, I don't know. Joe Zero, what's up? I have no idea. You're shotgunning stuff in here. And it's always on a delay, so I have no idea what you're saying. What I'm saying, the feds got involved because they noticed breached when they accessed BPD account on John's phone. Well, we need to see a report of that. Okay. We need to see a report of that. That's a lie about the call going out over the radio, just like the rest of the lies. I'm just asking yourself, if you're, think about this, why would you give Turtle Boy your biggest, most amazing, like, why would you ever here, yeah, you go say you're going to write about him and put all this stuff out about him and now go threaten him the same way that you think that they've done it while the feds are watching? Hello? I mean, is everybody like, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Hey, let's go threaten the guy that supposedly just told my investigator this shit. Now he's ghosting David Yannetti. And so now, hey, I'm going to threaten him. I mean, that's what it looks like, but why would you ever give it to Turtle Boy in the first place? That information. I'll find him myself. He's saying, you didn't find shit yourself. Shockingly, according to law enforcement records obtained pursuant to a recent Freedom of Information Act request obtained by the Bridgewater State University Police Department, Colin Albert, who was present at Brian Albert's house on the night in question, drove at the time a 2018 Ford Edge. Why have they gone completely away from this then? Thus, a vehicle matching the description of Colin Albert's car was moved and parked in front of Brian Albert's residence at 3:30 a.m. in the exact location that would effectively hide where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found mere hours later. So think about this. The person that gave the defense the ability to even say or do any of this is Lucky Loughran. In spite of the fact that Trooper Proctor's longtime family friend, Colin Albert, was present at Brian Albert's home in the early morning hours, Trooper Proctor made sure Colin Albert's name was never mentioned in any of the police reports initially produced to the defense in connection with this case. Indeed, Trooper Proctor omitted Colin Albert's name from every single initial report, notwithstanding that he was told by numerous witnesses that Colin Albert was present on the night in question. For example, according to Trooper Proctor's handwritten notes memorializing interview with witness Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022, she was first interviewed, which were only produced following this court's recent order compelling the production of all handwritten, on September 29th, 2023. You would have had them a lot sooner if you would have asked for them. I mean, that's like Discovery 101. Juliana Nagel told Trooper Proctor that the following individuals were at 34 Fairview Road for Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday. Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Trooper Proctor's October 12, 2022 handwritten notes memorializing Juliana Nagel's interview, yet in Trooper Proctor's October 12, 2022 police report memorializing his interview with Juliana Nagel, which was produced to the defense counsel, Trooper Proctor omitted Colin Albert's name from the list of people present at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question. Instead, writing Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, and Sarah Levinson were at the house that night. Mary, Emily, and Courtney left around 11 p.m. prior to the arrival of Brian's parents. Significantly, law enforcement declined to interview Colin Albert in connection with this case until August 9th, 2023. There it is. That's the key date. August 9th. I said, what was going on in August? Oh, wait. What happened? One year and 8 months after O'Keefe's death. You want to know why they had to do that, though? Let me tell you why. Because on, what was it? Later on that month, that's when Liza Little says, we need the interview. Like, how are you able to eliminate Colin Albert? Because what's his name did Morrissey put in that statement. Well, the statement came after. Right? When was the statement that he gave? Because then they would have already interviewed Colin Albert. So it wasn't like he was lying on the record about that. They had interviewed him. And now, Trooper Proctor personally conducted an unrecorded interview, like he's done with everybody, though, in this case, of his longtime family friend, Colin Albert, in connection with this case, by himself, with no other law enforcement officers present. Unsurprisingly, Trooper Proctor's report makes no mention whatsoever of his longstanding relationship with Colin Albert. And I'll tell you where they fucked up here, too. I mean, you cannot deny the fact that Turtle Boy wrote in these questions and saying that there's family friends and shit like that. He wrote that in May of 2023. And then Trooper Proctor's doing the interview in August of 2023. But the question is, did anybody ask him? And whose Turtle Boy's questions got in the hands of who? Instead, Trooper Proctor's reporting memorialized his belated unrecorded interview with Colin Albert merely states that there was never any animosity between him and John, and that Colin left 34 Fairview Road before John arrived. In sum, Trooper Proctor's bias and prejudice against Miss Reed and in favor of the Commonwealth's case permeates this case. Trooper Proctor has demonstrated a willingness to be dishonest and or omit critical information about absent a court order. Thus, the instant motion is necessary to vindicate Miss Reed's constitutional right to confront and cross-examine the prosecution's witnesses at her trial. Absolutely. Indeed, despite being placed on notice regarding Trooper Proctor's pre-existing relationship with the McCabe family, the Commonwealth through ADA Lally represented to this court that they have no relationship with one another, don't socialize with one another, and have never been to one another's homes. Apparently, like numerous other representations to this court by the Commonwealth, that was a lie. Now, was Lally lying or was Proctor lying? As discussed above in Section 1B, Trooper Proctor was caught meeting with the Commonwealth's seminal witness, Jennifer McCabe, at his personal residence for what Jennifer McCabe described as a social visit. And that was on September 25th, 2023. Clearly, there are communications between Jennifer McCabe, Trooper Proctor, and Elizabeth Proctor that were never produced to the defense and will further establish the existence of a relationship between Trooper Proctor and Jennifer McCabe. Well, let me tell you what he was doing. Let me tell you what Turtle Boy was doing. Turtle Boy was reporting a certain way to then get all of these people, okay, in an uproar. And so then, of course, they're going to be talking and meeting up and doing whatever. And then, of course, we're going to then take pictures of all this shit after that. And then we're going to, put it in and say, look at these motherfuckers. Look at them beating up. That's why do you think Turtle Boy wrote in his blog on June 5th, 2023, after John McCabe and Matt McCabe left, that Brian Albert called lucky? Why? So then there would be a phone call. So then a phone call would take place. And then what are you going to try to say? Yeah, look it, they're threatening. Look at this. You know what I mean? Like this is classic. Do all this stuff to get these people to react. And then we're going to use their reactions to what you're doing, Turtle Boy, as building our shit. That's what it looks like to me. It's one thing if you want to, like I said, just stick with the evidence of all this other shit. Them meeting up, them talking about things. John O Keefe was either hit by a car or you guys would have say fight. Regardless, that happened on the 20th going into the 29th of 2022. Clearly. The requested records will shed light on the nature and extent of their relationship, which Ms. Reed is constitutionally entitled to investigate and present in her defense at trial. Woo-wee! Any communication between and among Trooper Proctor on the one hand and Brian Nicole on the other hand during the relevant time period. The requested records are not otherwise procurable reasonably in advance trial due diligence. The defendant has no way of obtaining the requested documentation or communications from Trooper Proctor, Jennifer McCabe, and or Elizabeth absent an order. This is not a fishing expedition, goddammit. This instant request is not a fishing expedition. Here, Ms. Reed's request is narrow and targeted to records and information that is known by the defense to be in the possession of Jennifer McCabe, Trooper Proctor, and Elizabeth Proctor. As discussed in detail in the 15 pages above, Trooper Proctor was caught surreptitiously meeting with the Commonwealth seminal witness Jennifer McCabe on September 25th, 2023 at his personal residence for what Jennifer McCabe described after being caught as a social visit. Clearly, there are communications between Jennifer McCabe, Trooper Proctor, and Elizabeth Proctor that were never produced to the defense and will further establish the existence of a relationship between Trooper Proctor and Jennifer McCabe, thereby furthering establishing a delimiting bias of the lead investigator for Jennifer McCabe to even know where Trooper Proctor's residence was located. God damn you, Jennifer McCabe. There would have to be communications in furtherance of that after hours in-person meeting at Trooper Proctor's private home. Jennifer McCabe has conceded a personal relationship The defense already has significant evidence established that Trooper Proctor and the McCabes were family friends long before this case. The defense is entitled to communications that establish the nature and extent of the relationship. According, yes. What was the date there? November 16th. Yes. Yes, let's get them all. Get them all. Thus, the requested records are evidentiary and relevant and constitutional. Mm-hmm. Oh, these fucking exhibits. Okay, let's go to 600. Oh. October 11th. This is when they realized, like, listen, this man is baiting us with his blogging and blah, blah, blah. Do you not understand this? Like, what the fuck? And then boom, here it is. Intimidation of a witness. Picketing a witness. All you people suck. We should talk about this, goddammit. What are we going to talk about January 12th? Good afternoon. Please find this attached letter to Justice Canone relating to the matter. Commonwealth of Karen Reed. We will also be sending out our copy. Adam Deitch. Thanks very much, and please feel free to reach out with any questions. What is this shit? What'd you send, Adam Deitch? The letters make plain that the district attorney never asked that any investigation be added, but the DA, along with many in the legal community, recognize that federal interference in an open state murder case is highly unusual, if not unprecedented. In that light, District Attorney Marcy's letters spell out ample grounds to transfer that matter to a United States Attorney's office without a recent history of corruption, bias, conflict, or appearance. Your second request should be posed to the United States Attorney. Jeez. Good morning, David. Travis here from the Globe. Any comment from the DA on the unsealing of the 8 letters exchanged between DA office and federal? Yeah, it's also, far as you know, is the federal probe still ongoing or have they closed it? Maybe I need to back up. I want to back up to 650. November 22nd. Audit. From Olivia Lambo. Wednesday, November 29th. Good morning, everyone. Just a friendly reminder that the Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Reed's right rear taillight, made from nearly bulletproof from striking John O Keefe, who they also claim just stood there in the road, presumably watching Karen Reed pull ahead 65 feet and shift it in reverse to feed the 383 horsepower value, blah, blah, blah. But according to the Commonwealth, John just stood there in freezing temperatures with no jacket on, hearing this explosive revving of the engine. He waited and watched as Karen Reed just gunned it into reverse, accelerating 24 miles per hour in only 65 feet in slick conditions. and he never made an attempt to get out of the way. Fun fact, Lexus, okay, did you know is shatter resistant, and in fact is used in bullet resistant shields and barriers. Did you know if you Google, okay, you won't find any results? That's because it's not something that happens organically. The more you know. Check out all the links. Oh, why is this being shared? Did she send this? Paul. Look at that. Look at that damage. It's like, look at there's no nothing. For instance, Proctor wrongly wrote in his report the Canton DP W trucks never plowed Fairview Road, and the night John was murdered, an outside contractor called by the yard, owned by a close friend of the Alberts, was tasked with the job but didn't plow the road. We now know, thanks to Turtle Boy's award-winning journalism, that Proctor lied about the Canton DPW not plowing Fairview Road in order to hide Canton DPW's plower. Lucky from the defense. Oh my God. Oh my God. Versus Michael Trotta lying. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Man. Lucky has told virtually the same story to 4 investigators. Well, that's false. The FBI, state police, private investigator, and Turtle Boy. It's totally false. The FBI said, yeah, there wasn't. He saw nobody when he plowed the road at 2:30. He would have seen a body if it was there, and he didn't plow the road at 3:30 because he saw a Ford Edge parked next to where John O Keefe's body was discovered by Karen Reed 2.5 hours later. A public records request to the Bridge State revealed that Colin Albert drives a Ford Edge that matches the description. Proctor became aware of this on August 10th when he interviewed Lucky. Lucky never said. Aiden put in his report that Lucky said that it wasn't Brian's Ford Edge that I saw. It was somebody else's. These people, man. It's not just what they did. It's also what they didn't do that makes the state police guilty. They are fully aware that Karen Reed did not kill John O Keefe and that the person who did was driving a Ford Edge. But instead of tracking down this mysterious cop killer, you know what also I think is interesting? Give me every phone time that... When was the last phone call that Karen Reed made? To John that night. Remember there's then that gap? Why are there Ring cameras videos that are missing? It was just not what they did. But instead of tracking down the mysterious cop killer, they have used the resources. Yeah. From Aiden Kearney on Twitter, honestly, the state needs to be better. Normally, when someone is charged with witness intimidation, they get a summons in the mail. But apparently, I'm such a bad boy that Brian Tully told the court I was a flight risk who needed an arrest warrant. Well, that's because of what your girlfriend said. Take it up with her. Meanwhile, I have 2 kids, a house, and do a YouTube show out of my basement. What the fuck? This fucking circus, dude. What? I do a YouTube presentation out of my basement. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, fuck. Sorry, guys. I'm just... What's up, Black Hat Jam? 1124. I'm just getting to it. Get the 20 to the transfer memberships. You know, this is just fucking A. He calls himself out. Yeah, I live in my fucking basement. In most courtrooms, a DA lying on the record and to the judge like this about evidence would result in, at the very least, flip through the DA Adam Lally at the May 3rd, 2023 motion hearing, doubling down on the misrepresentation he prior made to the court in February to defense attorney Liza Little at September 15th. What did he double down with? where she comes with the receipts and calls out Lally's deceit to the court. Perhaps the most remarkable part about this all is how unbothered. I wish that I could say that. I thought I was going to find receipts. I don't find the receipts. I just showed you guys those emails. I'm not finding those receipts. Why aren't you guys looking? The federal or the grand jury that indicted Karen Reed, there was 2 different ones, and why aren't you asking to see stuff? The state's handling of the Karen Reed case is very upsetting to me. Who wrote this? I have seen enough. Why was the house not searched? Why are you grabbing reporters' phones and not people at the scene of the crime? 90% of these cases go wrong because of police incompetency or cover up. Yeah, incompetency, 1000%. Why is this incompetency happening? Because they don't have to go to college. They can just go into the fucking academy. The Commonwealth is aligning that Aiden made $5 million off the Karen Reed story as part of his master plan to intimidate witnesses, enrich himself, and get the case dropped. The prosecutor, who was reprimanded in 2016 for incompetence, Googled his name and found a rugby player worth that much with the same name. What? P.S. I'm fully aware you may go after me and my family because I dared to speak up, and that is very scary. Okay. All right. Yeah. Hi, hello, Officer Barris. I'm conducting research into the murder of Boston Police Officer John O Keefe and was hoping that you could be of assistance. I recently came across your name via a police report that has been ambiguous on social media this past weekend. The report is in reference to a car which was towed. Okay, who wrote this? Bulldog Edwatch. What? Monday, December 4th, 2023. CC Ted Daniels. Oh, shit. Look at somebody. Leaky. Based on the information floating all over social media, if you were on patrol, blah, blah, how did the Massachusetts police reach you by phone? Normally, Massachusetts police detectives would call the local police station. Oh, fuck. Your shift, based on your own report, was scheduled to end at 1600 hours. Why were you still modifying a short report 3 hours later? Did you file an overtime slip? Your report never says you observed damage. What? Your report never says you observed damage. You say it had damage, never saying how you know this. What part of your report was actually modified? Was it only the very last sentence? Is there a way to see a copy of the original report? You state in your report that the vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight. However, there was no photos taken by yourself or the Massachusetts State Police of this damage. Also, the tow truck company has stated there was no visible damage. This seems to be rather odd. Look at, who would have access to that report? Did that report get put out? Who put out that report? The commenter doesn't make much sense. Why are they sharing these stupid things? I don't know this person. What is this shit? Mike, are you and your team prepared for the March trial? I was just looking at a link my neighbor copied me. I have no personal connection with this, but as I read and saw the image showing the marks, oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? This is just what was going in. I hope this somehow helps serve justice. David Holton. Thanks, David. Initial motion for DNA protective order filed under motion to compel in regards to Commonwealth Karen Reed. Okay. Oh, Kelly. Christopher Kelly. Detective Lieutenant Tully, we received confirmation a few minutes ago that a redacted copy of the SMS database from Karen Reed's phone is now cleared to turn over to the prosecution team. Please let me know how you would like to do the transfer, and I will have it prepared for you. Wow. That was right after they filed that big old motion. Perfect. Have him ask for Kyle Her. I wonder who that is. For the record, the Reed Group has not scheduled anything other than a 9 a.m. appearance in Norfolk Superior Court next Friday. Neither Karen Reed nor her attorneys has ever organized or promoted any rally at the courthouse or anywhere else. I assume that Kevin is referencing the fact that Norfolk County community has reviewed the available evidence and has determined that Karen Reed is factually innocent. Unjust prosecutions tend to spur, Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Hi, Diane. I am just advising that my flight to TC leaves me up. I have to be there. Pick me up, girl. All right, we're on it. On the double. This is the opposition. This was the mother load. So we're going to pass by. Let's go to 900. Oh, let's go to 977. Actually, let's go to 987 because 300 pages is that. Okay. This dude got beat up, he reportedly told Nettie. What part of the story stunk on February 3rd, and how could Scanlon know that John was beaten inside the house if he wasn't there? He told me that if someone backs up into a guy, they're going to have bodily injury. Blah, blah, blah. John didn't have that. The autopsy photo showed it looked like a fight. Scanlon told me that he had told Yannetti that he had heard that Brian Albert's nephew was involved in the beating. Oh my God. Scanlon told me that he had told Yannetti. Dude! I found her. Fuck yeah, Turtle Boy. You are such a fucking piece of shit. Look at this piece of shit. Scanlon told me that he told Yannetti that he had heard that Brian Albert's nephew was involved in the beating and that an ATF agent was also there. You sick son of a bitch. You are so fucked, motherfucker. Take it. God. I'm just totally fisting your ass right now. Look at this piece of shit. This was in his blogs. No, you guys heard, hey, loophole lawyer, cut this shit. I gotta give it to Turtle Boy. He's really doing a great job vetting this. Another fucking fool. Go sit and spin and let Sam just sit on your face, man. I'm sad I have to go back to work. I was on my lunch break. Sorry. I think I ended up hearing well over here because of what I used to. You guys, this is nuts. Okay? This is absolutely nuts. And he sips the cult cup. He sips the cult cup. I don't know what he fucking does, but dude, loophole lawyer. That's him. Fucking idiot. Biggest gaslighter cutting fucking up clips of fucking shit. It's just so ridiculous. To the real killer, Brian Higgins comes forward. For all we know, maybe Turtle Boy fucking did it. You know? Scanlon told me he had told Yannetti that he had heard that Brian Albert's nephew was involved in the beating and an ATF agent was also there. And you guys believe, like, when he talks now, you guys are donating to this piece of shit. These fucking lawyers out there, look at you, saps. He didn't know the names of either of them at the time, but they fit the profile of Colin Albert and Brian Higgins. This was likely the first time Yannetti had heard that Colin Albert was inside the house, which was a huge clue since Colin had previous disputes with his former neighbor, John O Keefe. What a fucking fool. Oh, fuck, dude, you're so fucked, man. Prior to Scanlon's visit to Yannetti's office, Karen's only attorney at the time was publicly skeptical of the Commonwealth's story. Oh, was he? and said that his client should not be charged with manslaughter. However, at the time, Yannetti hadn't made any comments alleging that O'Keefe was beaten inside the house. Scanlon's tip likely confirmed any suspicions Yannetti had and was the official beginning of the defense's pursuit of a third-party culprit defense. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, you idiots. Oh, shit. Let's see. Let's back this up a little further. This is fucking priceless. Oh, my God. I've mentioned his name several times on the live show and made references to his involvement in the Canton cover, but I've never written about him until now. So a lot of people are confused about who he is. He is not a villain in this story, and he is not believed to have been involved at all in the cover of John O'Keefe's murder. He never wanted to be part of the story, but he has nonetheless played a vital role in the evolution of this case. 30 years ago, Scanlon met Brian Albert when he worked with Show me that smile. Go get him, Turtle Boy. Go get him. Steve Scanlon. Scanlon Investigations Group. A licensed and bonded. Scanlon told me that he spoke to Brian once every 5 years and that they were mere acquaintances. However, they are pictures of them together on his Facebook page, which we have used in stories before. Amazing. Awesome. Way to go. In almost every picture Brian Albert is in, he is the focus of attention. This 30-year-old image, he's the focus of attention. Awesome. Albert gives the camera a menacing look and often has his fist pointed out in order to prove what a tough guy is. Scanlon told me that he has not spoken with Brian since John O'Keefe was killed. I spoke with Scanlon in June. But releases it in September for just like 5 or 10 minutes. And I think he did that on purpose. Scanlon told me that he is not okay. I spoke with Scanlon in June after his name kept getting brought up by tipsters. I'm fucking dead. Tipsters. Tip. If I can get your dip. Yep, dipstit. Yep, tip. Tipsters who said he knew a lot about what happened inside 34 Fairview Road. Oh, fuck shit. Oh, hell. I'm dead. Tipsters. Natalie, what's good? You guys, everything he wrote about, everything. He lies. Everything he's writing about today, everything he wrote about before, his entire existence is one big fucking lie. And he misquotes on purpose. People, so they have to reach out and get, he does this shit on purpose. He is fucked up. All TV was doing was screwing and being messy, not journalism. 1,000%. 1,000%. And he was doing it in concert, though, with the defense. And one should ask why. I cannot believe this shit. He told me that on February 3rd, 2022, he contacted attorney David Yannetti after seeing Karen Reed being arraigned on the news to tell Yannetti that he believed that John O'Keefe was beaten inside that house. Do you understand Scanlon? Do you understand Scanlon being like, what? The fuck? I didn't say that. I told you the opposite. I told you just like Scanlon told me that this thing stinks. And an innocent person should not be blamed if they didn't do it. He said that he reached out to Karen Reed through Facebook Messenger to offer her free PI help. But that when he never heard back from her, he decided to go directly to Yannetti. That's not true. That's not true. This dude got beat up, he reportedly told Yannetti. But what part of the story stunk on February 3rd? And how would Scanlon have known? how would Scanlon know that John was beaten inside the house if he wasn't there? He told me that if someone backs up into a guy, they're going to have bodily injury and bruising. Now look at what he does. And John didn't have that. The autopsy photos had not been released by February 3rd. But he told me he knew what John's body looked like from hearing news reports about swollen eyes. No. He knew because Adam Lally literally read off every single fucking thing. It looked like a fight. It sounded like a fight. Couldn't look. Look. Scanlon told me that he told Yannetti that he had heard that Brian Albert's nephew was involved. God, I love it. Sorry. Fuck off, man. Scanlon seemed blank, nervous while talking to me. He denied having firsthand knowledge of what happened, or said that someone in the house told him what happened. All lies. But why would a PI approach a defense attorney if he was just another person with an opinion? Scanlon generally sounded like he felt bad for Karen Reed and couldn't have it on his conscience that an innocent woman was being charged with a crime that he knew. He knew she didn't commit. Look at how they are putting it on him. You guys, this is so sick. This is how they sleep at night to say, okay, hey, if this guy would have never brought it to us like this, like we wouldn't have went on this path. Like these people did it. Arraignment was 2/2/2022. He spoke to David Pryor and met him later. This is when learning about connections and relationships. This is just crazy. Aiden's just a liar. Okay. I'm literally fisting his ass. Christine should just come on here. Lana will be fair. Ask the right questions. Bring Natalie's on here too. Oh, why? Christine doesn't want to. Why wouldn't she want to talk over there? I'll give him a call. He was a former boss and knew something was off. He wanted to be. Oh my God. Wait a second. Wait, what? Oh my God. Scanlon generally sound. He was being charged with a crime. However, he wasn't willing to go all the way. Like it's like a fucking prom night. It's prom night. However, he wasn't willing to go all the way and lose his virginity. Oh God. Okay. Because he knew Brian Albert. He said it was a conflict of interest. He wanted to help so long as his name was never brought into it. That's not true. That's not what he said. He wanted to be the whistleblower without actually being named as the whistleblower. The fuck are you writing, Turtle Boy? You are so dense. I find it hard to believe that Steve Scanlon could have been certain that John was beat up on February 3 based on media reports. The autopsy photos were not released, and this was described on the injuries February 2nd during a Boston story. Well, you're an idiot. Look at him. He knows better. Perhaps Scanlon's background as a boxer led him to believe that the swollen eyes shut. Jesus Christ. To me, it just didn't seem realistic that Scanlon couldn't have heard this description and immediately felt so confident that John was beaten inside the house that he messaged Karen Reed and went to her attorney's office in Boston. I don't believe him when he told me that he had no personal information or insight into the matter. I don't care what you believe. You absolute fucking paid little fucking, oh man. I believe that he went to Unetti's office because someone told him that John O'Keefe was beaten inside the house. Right. But who could have told him that? Surely Brian Albert wouldn't confess to a random friend of his who clearly likes to blab. But Scanlon does have a daughter who is around the same age as the Albert children and lives in a town nearby. She is virtually invisible on social media, and there are no images we could find of her with anyone involved in this case. But people talk. One of the most common arguments made by people who claim there was no conspiracy was that you can't get that many people to keep their mouths shut about a murder. I don't disagree with that. Steve Scallon's testimony confirmed testimony. This motherfucker doesn't even know what he's talking about. Steve Scallon's testimony confirms this theory. Someone in that house told someone who wasn't in the house what happened. Eventually, that got back to Scallon, and he couldn't live with he couldn't live with his conscience. He just wasn't willing to divulge who his source was. He's such a fucking idiot. Steve Scallon, why haven't you sued this piece of shit? I mean, what is wrong with these pussies in Boston? Grow a pair of balls. Jesus Christ. House daughter, Lena. His daughter is not who did shit. That's exactly. He was like, I can make money. 1,000%. Why did Yannetti give him money and then he rip up the check? Can't wait to hear that deposition. Wow. He just wasn't willing to divide about who his source was and blah, blah, blah. And he wasn't willing to go all the way again. Does he say that again? He just wasn't willing to go all the way. God, he just loves these statements. At least 3 young women his daughter's age were present inside the house and claimed to have left prior to John O'Keefe arriving. 3 other women were inside the house when O'Keefe arrived: Sarah, Julie, and Caitlin. All it takes is one of these women telling a friend who promises not to tell anyone, but then goes and tells one more friend who they trust not to tell anyone. This is how I believe that Steve Scallon became aware of what happened. Again, how you believe. I believe he heard a rumor that a lot of people had heard. And to his credit, he is the only person who couldn't live with the fact that Karen Reed was being blamed for it. He doesn't want to divulge his source of information, which is why he's pretending that he went to Yannetti based on a hunch. What a fucking little... What? After hearing... Dude, Alan Jackson, how the fuck did you deal with this man? This is embarrassing. Embarrassing. Oh my God, get this twerp the fuck up away from us. Look at this little... Our sources at Moakley Courthouse. Our sources. Get the fuck out of here. Tell us that Scallon has been subpoenaed and testified in front of a grand jury, specifically about his contact with Brian Albert and his knowledge of what happened inside 34 Fairview Road. Oh, you mean he testified in front of your grand jury? Okay. If and when the indictments come, we will find out what he told the grand jury. But Scallon's February 3rd trip to David Yannetti's office was the first turning point in this story and will be a major part of the way this story is retold when it finally comes to an end. Yeah, no. We'll see how this all plays out. On Friday, September 8th, so he produces this so that they go and do this. Following brief instructions, we asked Stephen for a few minutes of his time. Stephen told us he knew exactly why we were looking to talk to him and that he is very upset by what is happening and that the whole thing was complete bullshit. Yep. Turtle Boy is writing stuff, and by him writing certain things, it's so that it makes the investigators move. And then it's then turning over discovery and getting basically things. We have to see what these guys would say. Stephen further told us that he was not happy with the lies that are being spread about him and overall being dragged into a case that he has nothing to do with. Stephen went on to say that he has known Brian Albert for many years, but has not seen him in person in 3 or 4 years now. The two used to work at Future Taft, blah, blah, blah. On occasion, Brian and Stephen would socialize together and grab a beer. I asked Stephen if he could tell me why he thought his name would be brought into this case at this point, at which point Stephen told us that he would like his attorney present with him while he answered any of our questions. Stephen told us he is represented by attorney Tim. Oh my God, that's right. Fuck yes, Stephen Scanlon. I'll talk to you guys, but I want my lawyer present. October 17th, 2023, he goes back. Here's my attorney during a pre-scheduled time, which I set up through his attorney. This interview took place at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Okay. Following brief introductions, we asked Stephen if in or around February 2022, he reached out to attorney Yannetti over the phone or had any visit with, and he says, Stephen stated that he initially reached out to Karen Reed over Facebook Messenger and told her that he was a private investigator and would be willing to put another set of eyes on the investigation, even mentioning that he would do it free of charge. Karen Reed recommended that Stephen, so they did talk. See how Turtleboy was like, Karen never got back? This little whack bitch. Turtleboy's a little bitch motherfucker. Karen Reed recommended that Stephen contact her attorney, David Yannetti. Stephen stated that he was not sure of the exact date, but that he eventually called Yannetti's office and offered the same services, suggesting that O'Keefe might have been beaten up and that he was not sure what happened, but would be willing to work on the case. Obviously, only if agreed on by Yannetti and his client. Following their phone conversation, David Yannetti asked Stephen to come into his office to further discuss this matter. Stephen went in. Stephen went on to say that during his visit to Yannetti's office, there was another individual present during their meeting. Stephen identified the male party as Paul, who is also a private investigator. During the meeting, Stephen was asked if he knew Colin Albert and an ATF agent, both of whom were allegedly in the home during the evening hours when O'Keefe was killed. According to Stephen, this was the first time he had heard of Colin Albert and an ATF agent being possibly involved in the matter. Holy shit. Then who's the real source of Yannetti to even mention Colin Albert's name? And Karen Reed. Karen Reed knew that Higgins was there. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. This is proof. Because the reports weren't written yet and they weren't handed over yet. Oh my God. Holy shit. When did Karen Reed get the discovery for those initial reports from MSP? MSP discovery of written reports. When was she given those? Written report. How would she know that Brian Higgins was there? If she didn't see him. During the meeting, Stephen was asked if he knew Colin Albert and an ATF agent, both of whom were allegedly in the home during the evening hours when O'Keefe was killed. According to Stephen, this was the first time he had heard of Colin Albert and an ATF agent being possibly involved in the matter. And both had been mentioned by, wow. Look at the people in the house. Prior to the meeting concluding, Stephen stated that Yannetti handed him a check for $1,200 to $1,500 and asked him to keep his eyes and ears open in the Canton area in regards to the O'Keefe case. That's not how you cut checks. That's the old school gangster way, but you're going to cut a check. Although Stephen took the check, he consulted with his attorney, Tim, and returned it back to Yannetti since he was not working on the case and he further felt it would be a conflict of interest. In days and weeks following their meeting, Stephen was in communication with an individual named Jack Hollow. Mr. Hollow, according to Steve, is a mutual friend of both Stephen and Mikowski and used to do work with Brian Albert. Hollow shared information which he had learned from Paul. That information being that Yannetti and his team were looking into Colin Albert and the ATF agent since Colin allegedly had beef with O'Keefe. This is Karen's total fucking like. I asked Stephen, how come he did not reach out to investigators when he learned this information? To which he stated that everything he had heard was fourth, fifth, or sixth person removed from the source. Thus, he did not think that what it was credible or important to reach out to us at the time. At this point, Stephen circled back about an event. I would love to hear this recording. At this point, Stephen circled back about an event he had mentioned earlier in our conversation. Stephen had told us that he was at Patty's Irish in the and the local news was broadcasting coverage on the case. He sparked up a conversation on the matter with the bartender who told him that she lives in the neighborhood where O'Keefe was found and that days following the investigation, she received a call from an unknown party telling her that the police were looking for ring camera footage and not to release it to the authorities. Who's this bartender? I love bartenders. Let's go. Let's go find her. And not released to the authorities. Stephen Scanlon didn't know the bartender and only provided a physical description of the female and her approximate age being in her 30s. Stephen told us that he also shared this information with Paul and Yannetti during their meeting as well. Wait a second. What? Well, you know that they were going to. Oh my God, that's a lie. What the fuck? Stephen once again reiterated that he told Yannetti and Paul that his opinion and theory was that O'Keefe looked like he could have been beat up, but he had no personal knowledge of what actually happened or who could have been involved in the murder. The name Colin Albert and the ATF agent were mentioned by Yannetti and Paul in the meeting and not Stephen. Oh my God. This is why Alan Jackson wanted to get that on record. Get him saying that he said his name. That they said his name, not because then the question is, and it comes back onto Karen Reed, which is, Karen, how did you know that Colin Albert, more importantly, fuck him, How did you know that Brian Higgins was there? Because you fucking talked to him. I gotta go. Oh my God. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Lindsay gives bartender vibes. Holy shit. You guys, this is way bigger than people are gonna. You need to give this a shit ton of. You need to think about this. For this to be so early on, Karen Reed's team did not have the Karen Reed is the bartender. They did not have Brian Higgins's name. There was no report. There's no report that they would have had at that time saying Brian Higgins's name, unless we need to see that it did exist and that they had it in their possession. Because the only person that could have said that is Karen. So what that would be is, hang tight, is it would be here. This is who we were all, who was all at Waterfall, Karen. That's what we're dealing with. Who was all at Waterfall Bar, Karen? But then it goes as far as to say, this is not about who is at Waterfall Bar, because then it goes past that, and it's about the fact that they talk about who's in the house. The information being that Yannetti and his team were looking into Colin Albert and the ATF agent since Colin allegedly had beef with O'Keefe. Get the fuck out of here. Idiots. What idiots? Stephen was asked if he had ever had any phone conversation with Aiden Carney and whether or not the conversation was recorded by either of them. And he said, and if so, was he advised? Stephen stated that in approximately June of 2023, he spoke with Turtle Boy following a Saturday Night Live show that Aiden Carney does on YouTube. The following morning, Sunday, after the show, during the episode where Carney mentions Stephen by name and his alleged connection to the case, Stephen woke up to a Facebook message from Aiden stating something along the lines of, "Tick-tock, tick-tock, you should call me. You shouldn't be scared of Brian Albert. You should be scared of me." Stephen told us he asked Carney for his number and called him. Prior to talking with Aiden Carney, Stephen told us, he stated, "Before I speak to you any further, is this being recorded?" That part is not anywhere in any of the recordings. To which Carney stated, "Absolutely not. That would be illegal." During their conversation, Stephen told Aiden that he did not know Colin or the ATF agent in question, and he didn't know anything about the case. Aiden told Stephen that he was not talking to the defense, but to close friends of Karen's. Aiden told Stephen that he was not talking to the defense. Oh my God, even again. Oh my God. He was not talking to the defense, but to close friends of Karen's, and that is where he is getting his information. Stephen told us that he suspected that Yannetti was feeding Aiden his information on the case and the investigation. Woohoo! Stephen recalled sitting on the beach during the summer of 2023 when a friend of his, Irish Ray, who is also retired from contacted Stephen and told him that a recording of Aiden and Stephen's conversation was shared online by Aiden. This was the same conversation that Aiden assured Stephen was not being recorded. Stephen went on saying how upset he was about Aiden recording him without his consent, especially after promising him he would not do such a thing. Stephen had to fight back tears as he told us how upsetting it was to have Aiden drag his daughter into this mess as well. You sick fuck, Turtle Boy. You are such a little bitch. And everybody's going to know that when you're in prison. Stephen told us that Aiden told him to call a 401 area code number. Holy shit! Take that, titties! Oh my God! It's Christmas again! Oh fucking A! This motherfucker continues to double down. Continues to double down that he does not have a 401 number. Oh my God! He was just on a stupid fucking live last night talking about I don't have a 401 number. Lucky's mistaken. Lucky's mistaken. Dude, I am in real time. I am rearranging your guts, Turtle Boy, in real time, live, daily. Touch the toes, motherfucker. Go ahead. Put a 1 in chat. Put a 1 in chat if you believe that I am making Aiden Carney toe touch every single day. You are performing. Look at this. Steven told us that Aiden told him to call a 401 area code number that Sunday morning, which is the line that their conversation was held on and at that same time recorded. Boom. Fuck yeah. Go get, like I told y'all, go get that number. That number's coming. Toe touch Aaron Boy. Guess who has it on their toll records now? Steven Scanlon and Lucky Locker and have that 401 number. Let me just give Aiden a call and ask him if he has any comments on my, man, you learned how to steam yard pull. Do it. Actually, we didn't learn this because I'm going to have to, widgets. Oh, I got it. Widgets, new poll. Is Lana Aiden's daddy? Option 1, yes. Option 2, no. Add option, both mommy and daddy. Create. There you go. Oh, I'm gonna have fun with this poll shit now. A 1 in chat is yes, 2 no. Both. I would do 3 all day. And this is why he never breaks down your shows. 1000%. 1000%. DB. Lana, revisit Lindsay phone records. Oh, you know what? I did that. We've been doing that. In fact, I personally think that I've single-handedly provided so much information to the Commonwealth and anybody that's prosecuting him, anybody that's going to battle and war with him in civil court. I got you. What's up, DB? Oh, that's funny. Let's see. Yes. Nobody says no. Nobody says no. That's awesome. They're running around in circles of panic, hitting walls, doors, and losing their shit, Lana. Oh, yeah. It's great. It's great. A 401 area code number that Sunday morning, which is the line that their conversation was held on. You guys, that phone number, woo-wee. We were further told by Stephen that Gretchen Voss of the Boston Magazine publication had reached out to him for comment on a story she published, but he never returned her calls. Stephen once again told us that his theory was all based on his opinion and the media reports that he himself had no personal knowledge of the O'Keefe incident. Additionally, Stephen never spoke to anyone involved in this case, so he would not have any insider information either. At this point, Stephen's attorney, Mr. Flattery, jumped in and stated that as a result of Aiden's blogs and YouTube live shows, there has been a significant impact on Stephen and his livelihood due to the publication generated by Aiden, or due to the publicity generated by Aiden. Stephen is losing work as a result, and it is impacting his reputation in the professional field and on a personal level. Stephen Scanlon, let's work together. Give me a call. Give me a call. Yeah. Aiden saying that Lucky's mistaken. It's not a 401 number. I have a 413 number. Sit and spin, buddy. I'm just keep touching your toes. Without having anything further to add, we thank both Stephen and for their time and concluded the interview. I would love to talk to Stephen about this bartender. Okay, let's talk. 100% now believe Aiden put the dead turtle on his own porch. Interesting. I think everybody that he runs with is ratchet, so 1,000. Unbelievable. And this is when the Ted Daniels stuff, this is what real investigative journalists do. But you know what? I think I'm going to give. Oh, did I end the poll? It's right there. Oh my God. Where is this poll? I want to vote. What's right here off to the left? Is Lana Aiden's daddy? Yes, no, or right here, both mommy and daddy. Aiden likes to, I don't know, comment on my sexuality or something. I have no fucking idea, but I'm like, I get why you'd want to fucking deflect away from all the shit I'm talking about with your, real life, but you want to talk about, I don't know, my blonde hair, go right ahead. We can talk about your herpes on your lips, every other show. So, all right. We're going to leave on that note. Holy shit. So if you put a one, that's where your poll was located. And I think it says, what does it say here? 0%. Okay, perfect. So does it give me my results? Let's see. Oh yeah, over here. So not everybody wanted to participate in this voting. Is Lana Aiden's daddy? That means all of his people are watching. Nobody said no. So I guess that's all that matters. All right, we'll stop the poll. All right, so let me just tell you what I'm going to do is I am going to challenge this fucking idiot, I guess, wanted me to go on his show. His name is Makazi G. So Makazi G, you want to fuck? Let's go. Makazi G, let me bury you. You want to talk case? We'll talk facts. Go ahead. We'll dual stream. Set it up. Let me know. See you on the flip side, little puss. Let's talk Aiden. Let's talk Karen Reed. Let's talk about all the lies that you guys have just been food. Like, here's your little spoon. Now spread your ass. Oh, God. Good luck, Lana. He's nuts. Well, good. Let's go. Bring it. He can't talk about you too often, as it would call attention to information his cult dare not hear. Yeah, exactly. All right, guys. Thanks so much. See you in the next one.